First of all, Indiana, which according to the polls prior to the taking of the ballots was a pretty tight race.
It was a tight race, and it shouldn't have been a tight race. It never is in Indiana. The Democrats have won this state once since World War II. The fact that it's a tight race is not good news for the Republicans, Lou. This is a state that Dan Quayle is on the ticket, vice presidential candidate. He is a big help in Indiana. He's a very popular politician there. The last time he ran in Indiana, he set a record for total Republican votes in history of Indiana. So this is not good news that Indiana is considered to be this close.
And Kentucky.
Kentucky is a little less Republican, perhaps, but they've won that state for the last 3 elections. It was expected to help the Democrats if they put 2 Southerners on the ballot, nominated 2 Southerners, Clinton and Gore. Gore from a neighboring state, Clinton from a neighboring state. The fact that Kentucky is close also doesn't bode too well for the Bush-Quayle ticket tonight.
All right.
Bill Schneider, you are a poll man. What are the early trends so far?
Well, we've been polling voters in both Indiana and Kentucky, and we have some very interesting results. Ken Bodie said a few minutes ago that Dan Quayle is from Indiana. He's popular there. But look at what happened when we asked the voters of Indiana, who do you think is best qualified to be president of the United States? 52% said Gore, and only 37% said Dan Quayle. He's considered less qualified than Al Gore, even in his own home state. Let's look at how voters in Indiana looked at the economy. As you can see, only 22% said the nation's economy is in good shape. 48 not good, 29 poor. That's over 3/4 of the Indiana voters said that the economy is in negative or bad shape. Now let's look at how they voted among those who said that the economy is in poor shape. That's 29% of the voters in Indiana. 2/3 of them voted for Bill Clinton. George Bush got only 5%, a very trivial vote among those Indiana voters today who said the nation's economy is in poor shape. Let's turn to Kentucky now. Let's look at men in Kentucky. Here we see that Bill Clinton is ahead among men voters in Kentucky by 5 points. That's a 3-point gain over Dukakis's vote 4 years ago, but Bush has really collapsed among men in Kentucky. He's doing 16 points worse among men voters in Kentucky than he did 4 years ago. By the way, among white men voters in Kentucky, the race is virtually a tie at Clinton 44 and Bush 42. Let's look at union households, voters who say someone in their household belongs to a labor union. Here, it's almost 2-to-1 for Clinton, a strong union vote behind Clinton, despite the fact that he endorsed the free trade agreement with Mexico, which a lot of organized labor opposes. The unions are clearly delivering the vote for Bill Clinton in Kentucky.
All right, Bill, stick around. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to check in now with our reporters at the major presidential candidates' headquarters. George Bush is in Houston, his adopted hometown. That's where CNN senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer is. Charles?
Well, what we're hearing in these early returns have got to give some worry to the Bush campaign. As Ken and Bill point out, Indiana is Dan Quayle's home state. I can't remember the last time the president went to campaign there. It was supposed to be a given for the Republican Party. And then Kentucky, well, I can remember the last time the president was there. It was yesterday, one of those last-minute states that the president hit on his way to Houston. Republican officials knew that Kentucky would be close, but one of the senior aides to the president I talked with this morning said he thought that the president could win in Kentucky. Granted, this is one of the incurable optimists in the Bush campaign. There are others today who are seemingly upbeat and others who are, I wouldn't want to say subdued or anyway despondent. They may just be exhausted because it's been a long trip. The president remains full of pep, full of vigor, and not giving much of anything away at this point. And we'll have to wait until we hear from Mr. Bush a little bit later on in the evening here in Houston. Back to the national desk now.
With the exhaustive presidential campaign now behind him as well, Bill Clinton is home in Arkansas. For more on his activities today, CNN's Candy Crowley in Little Rock. Candy?
Good evening from Little Rock. We're in front of the old State House here. This is the site where Bill Clinton 13 months ago launched his presidential bid. This is the site where tonight he hopes to come back and announce that he in fact has realized his goal. Clinton came back to Little Rock early this morning after a 29-hour tour of the nation, which, like President Reagan, included states like Kentucky and Illinois, then on into Texas. One of his first acts after he got off the plane was for Clinton to go to the voting booth. He went there with his wife and his daughter Chelsea, and in fact he took Chelsea into the voting booth with him. There the governor cast his vote. He came out, and when everyone asked him who he voted for, he said he voted for Al Gore, and in order to do that he had to vote for the other fella too. As far as mood here goes in Little Rock, I can tell you that if Bill Clinton has a chance of losing, you won't find anybody here that believes that. They are ready to party. Everything is up and rolling. They believe this will be the first place that Bill Clinton comes, win or lose. He has said that. So, in fact, we will sit here and watch and wait along with the rest of Little Rock and the nation. Now back to the National Desk.
And now Tony Clark, who's been following the Ross Perot campaign, joins us from the Independence headquarters down in Dallas. Tony.
You know, I was just thinking of the analysis coming in just a minute ago, some of the early voting kind of analysis, and that's the kind of thing that the Perot people have heard for a long time. They've watched the tracking polls that have shown Ross Perot in third place, and they've really ignored that kind of information. Instead, they've relied on their phone banks, that kind of information, and so that has kept them upbeat throughout all of this. Ross Perot, when he voted today in Dallas, was upbeat. He was asked a couple of questions about anything to say to the American people, and he said, well, it's a beautiful day and it's now up to the American people. He didn't seem, as he was voting, didn't seem to indicate any kind of concern about this evening. He later told his volunteers that they ought to be ready to go to Washington to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue in an inaugural parade. And so the salesman that he is and has been throughout this was evident throughout the day. He seemed to indicate that he is still wanting to win across the country, still talks about winning 50 states. And I talked to Admiral Stockdale, a vice presidential running mate, a short time ago when he arrived here, asked him how he felt, and he said, buoyant. Back to the National Desk.
There are others. Thanks, Tony. There's some other big races. Indiana, since we're talking about Indiana, there's Evan Bayh, the popular Democratic governor, who's in a race tonight.
And I guess we're calling, this is Dan Coates we see up here, Lou. He's the Senate candidate, the Republican incumbent. He took Dan Quayle's seat when Quayle went to the vice presidency, won a 2-year term, and now has won a 6-year term as senator. He beat Joe Hogshead, the Secretary of State, who promised he would serve for 4 years as Secretary of State, and Coates made that a big issue that Hogshead wasn't keeping that promise.
And for governor, Evan Bayh beats out Lindley Pearson.
Evan Bayh, if George Bush is to win this race tonight, if President Bush is elected to a second term, you're going to see Evan Bayh as a major factor in the 1996 election process. He's a Democratic governor in a very Republican state, surrounded by Republican governors. The Midwest is a battleground, and Bayh will be a force to be reckoned with if Bush wins tonight.
And in Kentucky, for the Senate, it was Wendell Ford, who didn't have to work very hard in his campaign.
Well, Wendell Ford is an 18-year incumbent. He's a majority whip of the Democratic Party. He voted against Desert Storm. Some thought that might hurt him, but his opponent, David Williams, a Republican state senator, was very underfinanced, and really wasn't much of a contest. If incumbency was to be a factor tonight, it could have been a factor against Wendell Ford, but it was not.
Okay, and in just a moment, a look at regional races across the United States as CNN's election coverage continues.
Across the nation, jobs and the economy have dominated campaigns from the presidency on down.
Those issues are of particular concern to voters in the East. As a result, Republican turf is shaky in the East, and some incumbents are on rocky ground. CNN's Frank Sesno joins us with more on that.
Indeed they are, Lou. Despite downpours in Massachusetts and bone-chilling rains in New York and much of New Jersey, voters have been lining up at what appear to be record numbers across much of the East, especially in New England, where, as you mentioned, the recession began earlier and hit harder. This has been a campaign season of discontent.
Economic desolation in an area that has known the hardships of this recession longer than any other. Unemployment has more than doubled in many eastern states since 1988. Anti-incumbent fever is running high. And many Republican candidates have distanced themselves from President Bush. Late in the campaign, polls showed Bill Clinton could sweep the region. A Democrat has not won all of New England since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. There are 4 Senate races to watch closely: New York, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Connecticut.
Mamma mia! What a firestorm!
In New York, Republican incumbent Alphonse D'Amato is fighting for a 3rd term against Democratic State Attorney General Robert Abrams. It's been a tough and, at times, New York nasty race.
Bob, did you say I was a fascist, or did you? Why don't you answer?
Of course the world knows I said that, and I apologized,
to who?
you know, to the whole world.
Oh, did you apologize to me?
But for you.
Oh.
For Abrams, the challenge has been twofold: fighting back attacks from D'Amato and healing wounds from a fractious primary, which 1984 vice presidential candidate Geraldine Ferraro was expected to win. She lost by less than 1%, demanded a recount, and didn't concede for 2 weeks. D'Amato, for his part, has been trying to keep Abrams on the defensive and keep his distance from George Bush. In Pennsylvania, the Year of the Woman is being celebrated in the candidacy of Lynn Yackel.
We did it!
There is a question.
She decided to challenge Republican incumbent Arlen Specter after his involvement in the Anita Hill Clarence Thomas hearings.
The performance of Arlen Specter made me embarrassed. He was my senator from my state, and I felt that he humiliated American women across this country.
Specter stayed ahead of Yackel in the polls all summer. He advertised heavily and played up his differences with President Bush and Republican conservatives.
And so while the Republican convention had a lot of problems, we don't have a perfect party. It's a little lonely in the Republican caucus, and that's why I think it's so important that moderates stay there.
Yackel stuck close to the Democratic ticket and boosted her prospects after a strong debate performance.
Because I'm going to stand for something. I'm not going to sit on the political fence and wait to see which way the wind is blowing.
In New Hampshire, where a boom economy has gone bust, the cry for change has put Republican Governor Judd Gregg in the political fight of his life. He is running against Democrat John Rao and independent Larry Brady for the seat of retiring Republican Senator Warren Rudman, who got fed up with Washington gridlock in fighting the deficit.
I am terribly frustrated. I do not see this Congress doing what has to be done while we have time to do it.
John Rao, who moved to New Hampshire about 6 years ago, has kept Gregg on the ropes by keeping the focus on the economy.
We have not had to raise taxes. We have not stuck our people with an income or sales tax. Again, John Rao wants an income tax.
Americans have lost trust in our political system. As I've said throughout the primary and this campaign, and Judd Gregg is part of the problem.
In Connecticut, Democratic incumbent Christopher Dodd is being challenged by the state's version of Ross Perot.
They don't want any non-politicians down there.
Republican businessman Brooke Johnson spent his own money to mount a sophisticated general election campaign.
This is not a beauty contest, nor is it a contest to be determined by personal wealth.
Johnson has attacked Dodd as a tax and spender and said he would take a different approach.
I will vote for tax cuts to stimulate jobs in Connecticut.
2 incumbent senators up for re-election who appear secure are Democrats, Barbara Mikulski of Maryland and Patrick Leahy of Vermont. Some interesting House races. In New York, Democrat Stephen Solars lost his primary. His district was redrawn to put Hispanic voters in the majority, and they tapped former Puerto Rican Community Affairs Representative Nydia Velázquez. She's the favorite in the general election, despite questions about her stability after it was revealed she tried to commit suicide last year.
It made me more compassionate towards others and more sensitive to the silent pain and suffering of so many in this nation.
In Massachusetts' 6th District, Republican Peter Torkelson is challenging incumbent Nicholas Mavroulis. The Democrat barely won his primary after being served a 17-count indictment on fraud and racketeering charges.
I'm in this race to stay.
Indictment or no indictment?
I don't care what's on the line. I'm in because I know the truth.
Other close races? Connecticut's 5th District. The only black Republican in the House, Gary Franks, faces Democrat James Lawler and independent Lynn Tabersack, who lost to Lawler in the primary. In Maine, where George Bush makes his summer home, incumbent Republican Olympia Snowe faces a challenge from former state representative Pat McGowan in the 2nd District, while in the 1st, outspoken conservative and L.L. Bean heiress Linda Bean is challenging incumbent Democrat Tom Andrews. In Pennsylvania's 8th District, Democrat incumbent Peter Kostmeyer is being hammered for his overdrafts at the House Bank by his challenger, Republican State Senator James Greenwood. Key gubernatorial races in the East region. New Hampshire, Democratic State Representative Deborah Arnie Arneson could become the first woman to hold statewide office if she wins her bid against Republican former Attorney General Steve Merrill. And Delaware's popular Republican governor Mike Castle is barred from seeking another term, so he's running for the state's only House seat. The man who currently holds that job, Democrat Tom Carper, is running for governor against Republican Gary Scott. And former Washington, D.C. Mayor Marion Barry makes a comeback. After serving 6 months for cocaine possession, he is expected to win a seat on the city council.
I come back to you better, stronger, and a wiser person.
Politics in the East, and a couple of key ballot initiatives being decided in the region as well. In the District of Columbia, Congress required residents to hold a referendum on restoring the death penalty. A death penalty question is also on the New Jersey ballot. And in Massachusetts, voters are deciding whether to increase cigarette and smokeless tobacco tax by 25 cents to fund a health care program. That's it for the East for now. Let's go back to the national desk.
In the Midwest, crucial states for the presidential candidates and key races for some congressional contenders. We'll have a report on all of that when CNN election coverage continues in just a moment. In the Midwest, there are 9 Senate seats and 3 governorships on the line tonight.
And the races in those regions are living up to the billing of 1992 as the year of the woman. We go now to CNN's Deborah Potter at the Midwest Regional Desk for a look at how those races are shaping up. Deborah?
Well, they're shaping up this way. In the Midwest, in more than half the Senate races being contested this year, women candidates are on the ballot. Most are given little chance of winning, but their numbers and the attention they've drawn mark a sea change in the region. In Illinois, it was a woman who pulled off what the Chicago Tribune called one of the greatest political upsets the state had ever seen. Carol Mosley Braun, the Cook County Recorder of Deeds, came from behind in the Democratic primary to defeat veteran Senator Alan Dixon, snapping his 42-year winning streak. A victory in the general election over former Reagan aide Rich Williamson would make Braun the first black woman to serve in the U.S. Senate. Polls in early September had her as a shoo-in until reports suggested she may have mishandled almost $30,000 inherited by her aging mother, who was on Medicaid. Braun split the money with her family and did not report it to state officials who might have ordered it used to pay for her mother's care. Late in the campaign, Braun paid the state $15,000, but her Republican opponent had pounded away at the issue.
When you get your hand caught in a cookie jar, you try to divert attention. And that's what we're talking about here. The issue is what Carol Braun did and the decisions she made.
The same people who have attempted to peddle racism in this campaign found that it wasn't being bought by the people of Illinois, and now they're trying to manufacture scandal.
8 other Senate seats are at stake in the Midwest. In Iowa, State Senator Jean Lloyd Jones is trying to keep Republican incumbent Charles Grassley from serving a 3rd term. She got into the race in part because of Grassley's role on the all-male Senate Judiciary Committee during the Clarence Thomas hearings.
I have to conclude that in spite of her sincerity, and in spite of her confidence, and in spite of apparent credibility, Professor Hill's story just does not add up.
Lloyd Jones, however, is labeled by political experts as a long shot. In Missouri, Democrat Jerry Rothman Surratt is given a better chance of defeating Republican incumbent Christopher Kit Bond. The St. Louis County Council member has the backing of organized labor, and she's running an energetic campaign. In Kansas, Democrat Gloria Odell wants to deny Senate Minority Leader Bob Dole a 5th Senate term. Odell bills the contest against the popular Republican as Gloria versus Goliath, but the latest polls show the former TV reporter has little chance of toppling Dole. Of all the women running for the Senate, Charlene Harr is the only Republican. The high school teacher is campaigning in South Dakota as an outsider against incumbent Senator Tom Daschle. Next door in North Dakota, Democrat Byron Dorgan appears to be bouncing back from the House check-writing scandal as he makes a bid for the Senate. Republican opponent Steve Sidness is trying to ride the nation's house-cleaning mood by capitalizing on the 98 bad checks Dorgan wrote on the House bank. But the tactic by the Fargo City Commissioner has not paid off. Dorgan's poll ratings dropped when the scandal first broke, but have since recovered. The Senate race in Wisconsin features one of the biggest surprises of this year's primaries. State Senator Russ Feingold watched his better-known opponents pummel each other in the Democratic primary, then emerged from the sidelines at the top of the heap. He and Republican incumbent Bob Caston are waging a war of wit, jabbing at each other with the barbed humor of their campaign ads.
A while ago, I warned you voters about my opponent's history of making things up. I figured when he started distorting the truth about me, you'd take it with a grain of salt. The senator has made up something so big that a few grains of salt won't be enough. A shovelful would be more like it.
Caston even staged an Elvis sighting to tweak Feingold's tongue-in-cheek claim that he had the King's endorsement.
Take it from the King. This Russ Feingold record has got me all shook up.
Polls show Feingold has a chance of shaking up Caston's re-election bid. The Senate race in Indiana pits Democrat Joseph Hogsett against Republican incumbent Dan Coates. Hogsett is portraying his opponent as a professional politician. His campaign manager called Coates the Joe Isuzu of politics, claiming he accepted a pay raise after promising not to. But the Coates campaign is playing on a vow broken by Hogsett when he promised not to run for higher office until he served out his full term as Secretary of State. In Ohio, veteran Senator John Glenn is facing the first serious challenge of his 18-year political career. The Democrats' hero status as the first American to orbit the globe came crashing down to earth when he was linked to former SNL owner Charles Keating. A Senate Ethics Committee found no wrongdoing in his ties to the Keating 5 scandal, but Glenn's Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mike DeWine, is portraying the former astronaut's Keating connection as the wrong stuff. The volatile issue of abortion is at the heart of the governor's race in Missouri, one of only 3 governor's mansions up for grabs in the Midwest. William Webster, the Republican candidate, is best known for the 1989 Supreme Court case restricting abortion, Webster versus Reproductive Health Services. As the state's Attorney General, Webster successfully argued for the law before the High Court, earning the nickname the White Knight of the Right. His Democratic opponent, Mel Carnahan, now Missouri's lieutenant governor, favors abortion rights. In the Indiana race for governor, Democrat Evan Bayh, son of former Senator Birch Bayh, has been airing spots touting his successes as governor. But State Attorney General Lindley Pearson attacks Bayh's record, accusing him of breaking his promise not to raise taxes. Vying for North Dakota's governor's spot, Democratic Attorney General Nick Spaeth and Republican businessman Ed Schaefer. Spaeth failed to get the backing of the state's Democratic convention, but ended up winning the party's primary without it. And in this year of the woman, both of their campaigns reflect the shrinking gender gap. The candidate for lieutenant governor on each ticket is a woman. The Midwest also provides a barometer of the public's anti-incumbent mood. 6 states are voting to limit the terms of their senators and representatives. And across the region, veteran House members of both parties are in trouble, hammered by their challengers for bouncing checks on the House bank and raising their own pay. And among the initiatives Midwestern voters have to choose from are measures to limit taxes, legalized gambling, and in Iowa, to approve a version of the Equal Rights Amendment. Well, in the Midwest now, we do have closed polls in Indiana, and CNN is declaring a winner in the Senate race. Daniel Coates, the incumbent Republican, re-elected to his first full term in the Senate. He filled out Dan Quayle's term, and he's defeated Joseph Hogsett, the Secretary of State. And in the governor's race in Indiana, Evan Bayh, the youngest governor in the nation, has been re-elected to his second term, beating Lindley Pearson, the Republican State Attorney General. And that's the way things are now in the Midwest. We'll be keeping you up to date as the night progresses. And back to the National Desk now.
As far as Kentucky and Indiana in the presidential race, still undecided. We're taking a pulse. We'll let you know.
And CNN election night coverage continues in just a moment.
This is The World Today, a special election night edition with Lou Waters and Cheryl Atkinson.
It is now 6:30 in the East, and the voters have spoken in Kentucky and Indiana.
And the polls will close in half an hour in 6 more states: Florida, Georgia, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia.
In an hour, 3 more states join the list: Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia.
1992 is shaping up to be a year of great change in the South. CNN's Bonnie Anderson joins us with more.
As you mentioned, the polls have already closed in one southern state, Kentucky, and we have a winner in the U.S. Senate race there. Based on exit poll data, we project that 3-term Democratic incumbent Wendell Ford has easily defeated Republican State Senator David Williams. We're tracking races in 13 southern states tonight. This region tends to vote Republican in presidential elections, but this year could be different. Among the factors that may tilt the South to the Democrats, the large number of black congressional contenders. If black voters turn out to support black candidates, Bill Clinton could benefit. The growing political presence of minorities is just one of the trends we see in the South this year. For an overview, let's start with Florida. Congressional candidate Corrine Brown is heavily favored to win tonight in Florida's 3rd district, and she's very much a part of the political evolution we're seeing in the South this year. She's a woman, she belongs to a minority group, and she's running in a newly drawn congressional district.
I am to Washington. I will be discussing the issues of the campaign, jobs, economic development, education, how government can be inclusive to all of the people, black and white, in the district.
Indeed, redistricting is changing the political landscape throughout much of the South.
Good morning. How you doing? Appreciate your consideration, Senator.
In Louisiana, incumbents are running against each other in 2 districts. In the 5th, it's Democrat Jerry Huckabee versus Republican Jim McCrary. McCrary outpolled Huckabee in the primary, but Huckabee could benefit from having Bill Clinton at the top of the ticket. In the 6th district, voters will choose between 2 Republican incumbents, Clyde Holloway and Richard Baker.
Hi, how are you?
Minority candidates like Georgia's Cynthia McKinney should pick up quite a few seats in the South. In fact, 5 southern states that haven't sent a black legislator to Congress this century are about to do so. Likely winners: Earl Hilliard in Alabama, Robert Scott in Virginia, Jim Clyburn in South Carolina, Melvin Watt and Eva Clayton in North Carolina, and in Florida, Corrine Brown, the unopposed Carrie Meek, and Alcee Hastings, the former federal judge whose impeachment conviction was overturned on technical grounds this fall.
I think in my case, it's paradox and irony that I should have this opportunity, and I'm grateful for it.
Redistricting has also created new opportunities for Hispanics. Frank Tejeda is unopposed in one of 2 new Hispanic majority districts in Texas. But in the other one, an Anglo, Jean Green, is the Democratic nominee and probable winner. Women candidates should also make big gains in the South. Among the strong contenders, Republican Donna Peterson of Texas. She's running in the 2nd district, which is currently represented by Democratic Congressman Charlie Wilson.
It's lifestyles of the rich incumbents. Fat cat congressmen who waste your tax dollars traveling the world. Today's fat cat, good time Charlie Wilson. England, Italy, Morocco, and Egypt. Places you send good time Charlie with your tax dollars.
9 Senate seats are up for grabs in the South. The Republicans once had high hopes of picking up a few of them, but those hopes have faded considerably. South Carolina remains a possibility.
You're having a big time.
26-year Senate veteran Ernest Hollings is trying to hold off former Congressman Tommy Hartnett.
Hi, I'm running for the United States Senate. How are you today?
Republicans also think they have an outside shot in Georgia, where former Peace Corps Director Paul Coverdell is challenging first-term incumbent Wyche Fowler. But the most interesting Senate race may be in North Carolina, where age has become an issue. 75-year-old Senator Terry Sanford had heart valve replacement surgery in October. His campaign complains that Republican opponent Locke Faircloth has suggested Sanford is too old and sick to stay in office. The Faircloth campaign denies it.
But I can tell you this, he is wearing a hearing aid, and I think that may be one of his problems, and I'm going to send him a better one. Put that in there. Oh, my God. You see, now, this is the way they used to have to do it.
North Carolina is also the only southern state electing a governor today. Former Democratic Governor Jim Hunt and Republican Lieutenant Governor Jim Gardner have waged a sometimes nasty battle.
You know what the truth is, Jim. Just hard for you to face it.
You raise taxes when you were governor. You tell the people of our state, I didn't raise them. But you got caught. You did raise them, and everybody in this state knows it.
Mr. Gardner favored raising taxes on all the people of North Carolina. He favored raising the sales tax.
Hunt, the former governor, is the favorite. A quick word on term limits in the South. Arkansas and Florida both have initiatives on the ballot that would limit the terms of U.S. senators and representatives. However, Kentucky is considering going in the opposite direction. Right now, many elected statewide officials in Kentucky can serve only one term. A proposed constitutional amendment would let them stick around longer. We'll keep an eye on those and other ballot measures throughout the evening. Now, back to the National Desk.
And Bonnie, we'll be back with a look at the West when this special election edition of The World Today continues. We can now give you early results of the presidential races in 2 of the states, which we've been telling you about. In Kentucky, with its 8 electoral votes, as you see, 43%. Now reporting with Bill Clinton ahead by 2 percentage points over George Bush, separated by about 8,000 votes. It's close.
It has been tight in Indiana as well, 12 electoral votes up there. Here we're going to see how many each one has. President Bush ahead with 45% at this point. Clinton 37%. We'll keep you updated. Only 10% reporting there.
We're going to turn now to the 13 western states, some of which strongly reflect the national trends of this election year.
Several female candidates are making a strong showing in battles fueled by negative ads. CNN political correspondent Gene Randall is covering the races in the West.
Cheryl, in the West, we have 3 governor's races, 11 contests for the U.S. Senate, and dozens of House seats at stake. Ballot issues range from anti-gay rights to physician-assisted suicide. We begin in California, where we could see history made tonight. It involves 2 women and their quest for the U.S. Senate.
California could become the first state to elect women to both of its U.S. Senate seats. The 2 are Democrats Barbara Boxer and Dianne Feinstein.
This campaign is about opening up those Senate doors and letting all the people of California in.
Boxer and Republican Bruce Hershenson are after the seat held by the retiring Democratic Senator Alan Cranston. Boxer is a member of the House and has one of the most liberal voting records in Congress. Hershenson made his name as a Los Angeles television commentator. He is a former Richard Nixon aide and is from the most conservative faction of the California GOP. The 2 campaigns have been marked by stark differences in the candidates' economic platforms.
George Bush, it's time for you to go.
The other U.S. Senate race in California has seen a lot of similarities in positions. Former San Francisco Mayor Dianne Feinstein and Republican John Seymour are political moderates who share common views on major issues. At stake, the last 2 years of the term vacated by Pete Wilson when he became California governor in 1990. Seymour was appointed to fill Wilson's seat until this election.
Ted Kennedy trying to cut the Department of Defense budget beyond recognition. I voted against that. Transportation funding for this great state of California, I voted for that.
California has 7 new House seats to fill, thanks to redistricting. Of the 52 House races there, 10 are considered competitive. Among them, District 42, where the Los Angeles Times considers 14-term incumbent George Brown one of the most endangered Democrats in Congress. His formidable opponent is Republican Dick Rutan, known for making aviation history in 1986 by co-piloting the Voyager airplane around the world, nonstop without refueling. Voters in 3 western states are choosing new governors. In Montana, the contest is between Republican State Attorney General Mark Roscoe and Democratic State Representative Dorothy Bradley. Bradley is one of 4 women running in the nation's 12 gubernatorial contests. Polls for much of the campaign have the numbers virtually even. In the state of Washington, it is a classic conservative versus liberal. Ken Eikenberry, the Republican 3-term Attorney General, is taking on former Democratic Congressman Mike Lowry in a very tight race. They're running on totally different plans to clear up the Evergreen State's billion-dollar-plus budget deficit. In Hard Rock Republican Utah, the GOP candidate has a big lead over his 2 opponents in the polls. Insurance executive Mike Levitt faces one-time Democratic Judge Stuart Hansen and independent businessman Merrill Cook, who is running second in the public opinion surveys. Levitt has the support of outgoing Governor Norm Bangerter and retiring Senator Jake Garn. Running to succeed Garn in one of the 11 Senate races in the western states are Republican Bob Bennett and Democratic Congressman Wayne Owens. Utah voters have not sent a Democrat to the U.S. Senate since 1970, and Owens has been hurt by the House bank scandal. He wrote 87 bad checks.
I wanted to start out with a clean sheet of paper.
The scandal-plagued Evan Mecham is trying to make a comeback in Arizona. The impeached former governor is running as an independent for the Senate against incumbent Republican John McCain, who is seeking a second term. McCain himself has been tarnished by his association with disgraced SNL owner Charles Keating. But he's maintained a strong lead in the polls over Mecham and Democrat Claire Sargent. Sargent, during the campaign, said, quote, "I think it's about time we voted for senators with breasts. After all, we've been voting for boobs long enough," unquote. Just a mom in tennis shoes is how State Senator Patty Murray describes her Senate candidacy for the open seat in Washington.
And I believe strongly today, as I do then, that moms in tennis shoes and dads in tennis shoes have as much right and to have a say in our government as those well-heeled lobbyists who pack the halls of our Capitol.
The National Women's Political Caucus describes Murray as perhaps the best symbol of the Year of the Woman. Murray has criticized what she calls all the guys in gray suits and red ties in Congress. Her opponent is Republican Congressman Rod Chandler. Late in the campaign, he tried to narrow her considerable lead in the polls with attack ads.
We have to have the most qualified, capable, experienced people possible. I am by far and away the best candidate in every way.
In Colorado, two contenders are locked in a bitter fight for a Senate seat. They are Democratic Congressman Ben Nighthorse Campbell and former State Senator Terry Considine. They are in a close race. Campbell is the only Native American in Congress. He is known for his bolo tie and ponytail. He's been portrayed by Considine as a big spending incumbent. In turn, Campbell contends his opponent was a draft dodger. Considine insists that isn't true. He led Colorado's successful term limit initiative 2 years ago. In another tight Senate contest, Republican Senator Bob Packwood of Oregon is fighting for a fifth term. His challenger, Democratic Congressman Les Aucoin, caught up in the polls late in the campaign. Packwood has attacked Aucoin's congressional attendance record and his 81 bad checks at the House bank. Aucoin says Packwood has tried to attract voters by peddling garbage about it in TV ads. Montana doesn't have a Senate race, but its lone House race is a good one. Two popular incumbents are in the running. The state lost a House seat after the last census. Republican Ron Marleny and Democrat Pat Williams are about as different as any conservative and liberal can be, and they are neck and neck in the polls.
And a sign of the times in the West, 6 western states have term limits measures on their ballots. Voters in Arizona, California, Montana, Oregon, Washington, and Wyoming are deciding whether to limit terms for members of Congress and some statewide elected officials. Oregon and Colorado have controversial anti-gay measures under consideration. In Oregon, ballot measure 9 would amend the state constitution to read that homosexuality is, quote, abnormal, wrong, unnatural, and perverse. It would bar any laws that offer special protections for gays. Initiative 2 in Colorado has the same prohibition. And voters in California must decide on doctor-assisted suicide. Important questions indeed in the West. Now back to the National Desk.
An update on how the presidential candidates are running and a look at some hot Senate races when CNN election coverage continues.
Let's step back for a little perspective in these early hours of election night 92.
CNN political analyst Ken Bodie is back with us. Too close to call or rather undecided in Kentucky and Indiana shortly after the polls close. Ken?
That's right, Cheryl. These are two states that the Republicans need to win, and the fact that they're too close to call an hour after the polls have closed in both of those states indicates that it's possible that the president will pull these two states out. Indiana, Kentucky, both of them constantly in Republican ranks, and both of them very important for the president tonight.
Perot been a factor in these states?
Well, Perot has been a factor. We really don't know yet how much of a factor he's been. Probably Ross Perot has affected turnout as much as anything today. From our early exit polls, we know that the economy and the deficit are very, very important factors impelling people to vote today. If Ross Perot turns out to be the reason why we have such a large turnout, and we've had long lines all over the country today, if he's the reason, then incumbents all the way down the ticket could be somewhat endangered tonight. We don't know that yet. We'll be reporting on it later as we get more exit poll information.
Clinton or Bush stand to benefit from a high voter turnout?
Well, it's hard to tell. That we can't tell from exit polls because we don't know who's turning out exactly. But we will be able to tell something from these exit polls about the attitude of the voters toward incumbents, toward change, and so forth as we go down the line. Ross Perot looks as if at the moment he will not be a factor to win any state, but he could be a factor to come in second in several states.
All right, Ken.
Thank you very much. A look now at some high-profile congressional races. We go to our CNN correspondent standing by across the United States.
We'll begin in the East with CNN's Charles Feldman, who joins us from New York.
Well, I tell you something, the race here in New York between Bob Abrams, the state attorney general, and incumbent Republican Alphonse D'Amato has been a bitter and vicious one. If you think the national race was tough, boy, this one, name-calling was the name of the day. What brought it all to an end? Election day, of course. Both candidates went back to their home areas to vote. Senator D'Amato pulled the levers out on Long Island, that is traditionally a bastion of Republican conservatism. And Robert Abrams, his challenger, cast his vote on Manhattan's Upper East Side, which is long thought as being a liberal Democratic area. The last figures we can give you is a Marist poll, tracking poll, that gave the edge to Bob Abrams, but very slightly. That was Sunday night. We now take a look at the Senate race in Pennsylvania, and we join my colleague CNN's Norma Quarles in Philadelphia.
Charles, the latest polls here show this hard-fought race is now neck and neck. Republican Arnold Specter is trying for a third term, running on the issues of his seniority and experience. He says he's the one who can bring home the bacon in this economically troubled state, and had been leading since the beginning of the race. His opponent, political newcomer Lynn Yackel, got into this race because of the Specter's interrogation of Anita Hill. Early in the race, she stumbled, but she had finished strongly despite being outspent by Specter 2-1. The local wisdom here says that a big turnout will help Yackel ride in on Clinton's coattails, and reports are the turnout here is very heavy. But in this unconventional political year, it's famous for ticket splitting, anything can happen. And now back to the national desk.
And we're going to go down to Little Rock, Arkansas. There's only one major candidate still on the move before he gets to his lounger to witness the results of tonight's election.
Al Gore arrives. He spent today in Carthage, Tennessee, where he cast his vote. Worked until about 2 o'clock this morning after a grueling 7-state tour, squeezing almost every available bit of campaigning into the last minute available.
He still appears as upbeat as he was earlier in the day. When asked how things were going, he said it looks good. Now to Brian Cabell with more on our congressional races.
Well, I'll tell you, the race here in Ohio for senator looks like a real horse race. That's what all the latest polls have indicated. 71-year-old Senator John Glenn, a 3-term incumbent, is attempting to fend off a spirited challenge from Mike DeWine, the Republican lieutenant governor who's also served in Congress. DeWine, throughout this campaign, has attempted to portray himself as more in touch with the concerns of Ohioans. He's attempted as well to portray Glenn as a Washington insider. Glenn, in fact, has been in the Senate since 1974. He also has some heavy baggage. He was one of the original Keating Five. He also has a substantial campaign debt from 1984 of some $3 million, which he has not paid off yet. So DeWine has attempted to portray himself that way, portray Glenn that way, and it's a matter of whether he'll be able to overcome Glenn's genuine hero status as a hero here. Now let's turn to another Senate race in Chicago with Jeff Flock at Carol Moseley Brown's headquarters.
That's right, Brian. There is the anticipation of history being made tonight in Chicago. Carol Moseley Braun could become the first black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. Braun voted earlier today here in Chicago. She was the surprise winner in the primary over incumbent Senator Alan Dixon. Her candidacy was in part sparked by the Anita Hill-Clarence Thomas hearings. She started with a big lead in the polls, but it's since faded. The Republican challenger, Rich Williamson, is a lawyer and former Reagan administration member. He has gained in the polls by attacking Braun as perhaps being too liberal for Illinois, and also with some difficulty she had with Medicaid and her mother. Still, Carol Moseley Braun remains ahead in the polls, and if that holds, she will indeed become the first black senator ever elected, and also only the second black senator, period, since Reconstruction. Speaking of women in the Senate, we move now west to CNN's Greg Lefebvre in San Francisco.
It is a beautiful day here in California. The sun has come out in force, and so have the voters. That is going to be good news for the Democrats. Polling this morning was twice as heavy as normal. Here in San Francisco, former Mayor Dianne Feinstein cast her ballot this morning. Feinstein is perhaps the best known among the 4 Senate candidates running in California. Feinstein has stumped up and down the state trying to unseat the incumbent appointed Senator John Seymour. Seymour was appointed by now Governor Pete Wilson when Wilson left the Senate to run for the governorship. North across the Golden Gate Bridge, Congresswoman Barbara Boxer cast her ballot this morning. Boxer is running a very close race, but only leads slightly against conservative Southern California Republican Bruce Hershenson. Boxer had a lot of scandal coming her way in the check scandal that hit Congress, and that has hurt her campaign slightly. And now we head up to Seattle with Greg Lamont, who's taken a look at the Patty Murray Senate race.
Sound problems in Washington, so we'll wrap it up for now. That's it for this special edition of The World Today. A first look at the first returns of Election 92. I'm Lou Waters.
I'm Cheryl Atkinson. Coming right up, complete live coverage throughout the evening and all night as America picks a president and more. See it here as it happens, live on CNN.
Governor Clinton has cracked the Republican lock on the South. He has won Georgia tonight.
And a state carried by Bush handily in 1988 goes for Bill Clinton, the state of New Hampshire.
CNN Election Night with Bernard Shaw and Catherine Cryer, with analysis from Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider.
The governor's first win in this primary season was here in the Peach State, Ken Bodie, and he's done it tonight.
A real toss-up state was Georgia this year. In the last weekend, Clinton was here, Bush was here, Gore was here, even Ronald Reagan was here. And Bill Clinton told Georgians hiring George Bush back to run this economy would be like hiring General Sherman to be fire commissioner. Georgians must have understood.
The state that gave Bill Clinton the name the comeback kid is now in his column, Bill Schneider.
That's right. New Hampshire did not vote for Bill Clinton in the presidential primary. He came in second there, but it has voted for him for president. New Hampshire is probably the most Republican of all the New England states, and this is a great symbolic victory for the Democrats tonight. They've cracked New Hampshire. It hasn't gone Democratic since 1964.
Dipping down to the southeastern part of the United States, Florida's 25 electoral votes still in doubt as to whom they will go to because this state is undecided at this hour.
Bernie, Republicans have carried Florida in 6 of the last 8 elections. This is obviously one President Bush needs very, very badly.
Since Republicans have been running for president in 1856, the state has gone only Democratic once. It does it again now for Bill Clinton, Vermont.
Another big breakthrough for the Democrats in New England. Vermont, a rock-ribbed Republican state. It even voted against Franklin Roosevelt in 1936, one of 2 states that voted against FDR in that big victory. But now a Southerner, Bill Clinton, has carried the state of Vermont.
In the home of Thomas Jefferson State, Virginia, still undecided with 13 electoral votes.
Bernie, this is another one of the states that is traditionally very strongly Republican. It's one President Bush needs very badly, still undecided.
State of South Carolina, one that was expected to find its way to George Bush's column, is still undecided.
Yes, it is. And Catherine, let me remind our viewers that undecided means we simply don't have enough information to determine what's happening in that state as of this hour. It does not mean too close to call. When a state is too close to call, because the race is very tight, we will say that.
We're not calling Kentucky yet, but we want to show you what the raw vote total looks like with 54% of the precincts in. Governor Clinton leading President Bush by about 1 percentage point.
Bernie, Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1 in this state, but the state has been Republican in the last 3 presidential elections.
And now to the raw vote totals in Indiana. With 21% of the precincts reporting, we see George Bush with 45% of the vote coming in. Bill Clinton 36%, Ross Perot at 18%.
This, of course, is Dan Quayle's home state, one that Republicans almost always carry. Bush is running ahead there, but Clinton is doing very well.
Now, the all-important electoral vote. These are the totals so far. At this hour, shortly past 7 Eastern Time, Governor Clinton has jumped off with 20 electoral votes, and President Bush's column reflects nothing yet.
Vermont, New Hampshire, and Georgia, all Republican states, all in Clinton's column. That's not very good, but look at the key states that are undecided at this time. Kentucky, Indiana,
We got
Florida,
Virginia, South Carolina still undecided.
What we're seeing is the Democrats making inroads in areas of the country where they haven't done well. Northern New England and Georgia. That could be a sign of some good news for Democrats.
Yes, indeed, the state of Vermont, when you look back to the 1800s, since the last time that this state would go Democratic once.
Once in
since
history, Vermont has gone Democratic.
That's right.
Tonight, Bill Clinton has got it in his column.
There's a fascination here about the state of Georgia. Governor Clinton, a week before Super Tuesday, he didn't do too well in the Northeast in the primaries. He came into the South, and you remember Georgia decided to hold its primary before the Super Tuesday pact to show some distinction in the state. He picked off Georgia, and tonight Georgia has gone for the governor from Arkansas.
Well, wasn't it a little bit also because the governor of Georgia supported Bill Clinton and thought that if he held that primary a little bit earlier, it would give Clinton a boost into Super Tuesday, and that's exactly what happened down here.
Well, let's go out to the Bush headquarters right now. Charles Bierbauer is standing by and see what the mood is. Charles?
Catherine, actually, the mood is a little difficult to tell, but let me suggest a possible telltale sign. We were sitting here in a hotel expecting Bush campaign Chairman Robert Teeter to come by at this point to talk to us about the state of the campaign. We have had no word as to Mr. Teeter's whereabouts. We have had no cancellation, but he's not here, so this is why I'm sitting in a hotel room. The president in his own hotel about a mile from here, where he was planning to watch and certainly will be watching the returns with family and friends before appearing at a Republican rally later this evening. But the Bush campaign really was focused in two areas, and we're starting to see signals already. One is the South. We've now called Georgia as a loss. That's a big loss for President Bush. The other is the industrial belt stretching from New Jersey to Illinois, where the president campaigned heavily. And as the returns start to come in from states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Missouri, there aren't too many of those that Mr. Bush can afford to lose. Frankly, the other day we were up in Wisconsin with the president as he campaigned by train, and Governor Tommy Thompson of Wisconsin, though he felt fairly good about Wisconsin at that point, said that Mr. Bush would have been in better shape if he'd started campaigning seriously sooner, that Mr. Bush got off the dime late, and we may be seeing the results of that tonight. And when we do hear from Mr. Teeter, we'll get back to you. Back to you on the national desk.
Now, let's go to Candy Crowley in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Bernie, in windy, a little bit chilly, and rainy Arkansas. Nonetheless, we have gotten Paul Begala, a Clinton campaign advisor, to come through all the crowds and join us here. So, Paul, what do you know that we don't know?
Nothing.
Oh, great.
All I know, Will Rogers said, all I know is what I read in the paper. All I know is what I see on CNN. And it's pretty good news so far.
You've been with the governor all this afternoon. Tell us a little bit about how he sees it coming out, his spirits, that sort of thing.
Well, this afternoon he's been resting, and so I finally left him alone. I'm sure he's tired of staff, people like me bothering him. I can tell you though, from having traveled with him for 11 months and all of these last 29 hours on the campaign trail, that the spirits are good. He feels very optimistic. I mean, I think that the early exit polling indicates that optimism is going to be borne out because people want change.
As a strategist, what's the best thing you did here? Looking back at the campaign.
Every critical juncture, we put Bill Clinton front and center. Okay? Every time that things looked like they were coming apart or we were being blocked out by the media or by our opponents or by negative attacks, we came back to Bill Clinton's original vision of the race. And if you tonight were to get out Bill Clinton's announcement speech from a year ago, would read exactly like our message today. The thing that this campaign did that I'm proudest of is that we maintained complete fidelity to Bill Clinton's original vision of how to run the country and how to run the race.
And your worst mistake, I got to believe it was back in New Hampshire. No?
We made a lot of mistakes. I hate to relive them right now. It's one of these things, if you win, somehow magically the mistakes all melt away in your mind. But again, the times when we've made mistakes are when we deviated for a day or two off of the governor's message, off of the things that he wanted to talk about. I got to tell you, he started this race with a crystal clear vision of change for the middle class, focused on the economy. And those few times when we got distracted from that, when we got punished by the voters. And as soon as we got back to that original message, we went back up.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Paul Begala of the Clinton campaign. Back to the national desk.
Thanks, Candy. We can now call the state of Indiana, where the polls closed at 6 p.m., a typically Republican state. Bush carried it handily in 1988, and this now goes for President Bush.
Yes, this is one of the most Republican states in the Midwest. It went 60% for Bush in 1988, 62% for Reagan, and the Republicans have held it.
And we can see there the totals are now for Bush, 12 electoral votes.
What we can see from this is that however this comes out tonight, the Electoral College arrangement that we're going to see on this board tonight is not going to be the traditional one that we've seen for about the last 6 elections. The Democrats are breaking into some strong Republican territory, Bernie.
Indeed. Well, Governor Clinton was hoarse as he wound up this campaign. President Bush was visibly exhausted. They all were exhausted. And Ross Perot said he was having a good time. Let's go to Tony Clark at Perot headquarters in Dallas.
Bernie, you know, I guess over the last few days, the rallies in Florida, at Kansas City, and in California, and then here in Dallas yesterday, I don't know that I've seen Mr. Perot happier. Dancing yesterday, he didn't want to leave the stage, it almost looked like, and he seemed energized, he seemed very excited, and then again today when he was voting, he seemed happy to be where he is right now. Clay Mulford's general counsel for Mr. Perot's campaign and also the son-in-law. Is that kind of the sense that he has? Is he happy either that it's over or happy with the way it's gone?
Well, I think we're very encouraged by the turnout today, the massive turnout of new voters and first-time voters. And we think that this is good for the Perot campaign. We also think it's good for America. With more people getting involved in the political system, and we think that's because of Ross Perot. You have people around the country who've gotten involved in the congressional candidate races, asking them questions, holding forums, using the platform of the Perot candidacy to determine if those candidates are living up to the citizens' expectations. We've also seen a change in the way candidates address the public, where citizens, and this is best exemplified by the second debate, where questions from the citizens reveal a seriousness about the issues. We think in the future you're going to see more half-an-hour or longer timed discussions of issues of a substantive nature. That's what the public wants to see. So we think the Perot legacy, whatever happens today, is going to be a very positive one for the citizens and for the way politicians relate to them.
Will part of the Perot legacy be the potential for a third party in the future?
Well, I think that it's very unlikely that the fire that's been lit will die. I think that when people realize the power they can have over their elected officials, the watchdog effect they can have over them, that won't stop. I think it will continue. I don't know what form it will take. It has not been a party to this point, but certainly the movement is there, and we think it will continue.
And do you think, as Mr. Perot has said, he thought he could win all 50 states? Obviously, we've been calling others. How well will he do?
Well, in many ways, he has won all 50 states already because there's such a beneficial impact on the electoral process in the country, we think. With people getting involved, with politicians talking about issues, I believe CNN has reported that among all voters, the majority say the chief issue in this election is the deficit. That wouldn't have happened without Ross Perot. There wouldn't be an emphasis on election reform without Ross Perot. We think we've won this for the American people in a number of ways.
Clay, thank you very much. Clay Mulford, general counsel to the Perot campaign. Mr. Perot is having dinner with family and friends, and we expect him over here at the watch party later tonight. Back to the national desk.
Well, thanks, Tony. There's already been a dent into his call for 50 states.
Yes, Ross Perot said he would intend to sweep all 50 states. He's obviously not going to do that. The question is, will he win any states? And there's another question. Will he come in second in any states? There are two parts of the country where he could do that. In the West, where Perot has been very strong, and in New England, where Bush is very weak. We'll be watching for that.
You know, even though this election has not been decided as of this hour, there are a lot of people who are looking ahead to what they hope will be a Clinton administration.
Clinton administration, well, or a Bush administration. I mean, I think Indiana will get the Secretary of State regardless of whether Bush wins or Clinton wins. I think if it's Bush who wins, it'll be Senator Richard Lugar, Republican of Indiana, and if it's Clinton, it could very well be Congressman Lee Hamilton of Indiana.
Let's take a look at the national numbers now. So far at 12 minutes past 7 Eastern Time. With 2% of the voting in, you can see the spread there. Bush, Clinton, and Ross Perot. CNN will continue its live coverage on this Election 92 night in a moment.
CNN's election coverage is brought to you in part by Jeep and Eagle, a division of the Chrysler Corporation, and by Merrill Lynch. We're bullish on the future.
Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Here's the inside. Here's the outside. The bottom. The top. Here it is by itself. Here it is with its competition.
Risk. As hard as it is to live with, it's impossible to live without. At Merrill Lynch, we know that risk can be dealt with. It can be managed. It can even be turned to your advantage. To do that, you need a partner. A partner who understands it and can help you turn a world of risk into a world of opportunity. Merrill Lynch. We're bullish on the future.
Okay, tell me again what happened.
He barged into the office with that Brother P-Touch XL and started labeling things.
Labeling things?
He was obsessed. He used it everywhere. Our offices, the factory, the warehouse, shipping.
Did he say anything?
Something about 5 different label sizes, 1-inch labels with 5 lines, barcodes. It was all very strange.
Let's have a look.
No. That's him. Oh, he's kind of cute.
What could be a better time of year to reflect on the importance and benefits we all get from having a two-party system? For the hundreds of thousands of businesses in America who use 800 service, that freedom of choice means, finally, the chance to get competitive service, better prices, and often unique and better ways to do things.
Let's take a quick look now at some states where we have information, but it's still too close to call. Kentucky, too close to call. The same in Florida, the same in Virginia, and the same in South Carolina, where you call Governor Carroll Campbell said he hoped that he could hold on to South Carolina for George Bush. Kentucky, Florida, Virginia, South Carolina, too close to call.
Well, they're still undecided, but we are getting some opinions from people as they come out of the voting booths, and we're not talking about exit poll information that we receive until the polls close in that specific state. But there are polls closed, and Bill Schneider has some of that information.
Indeed, we do. Let's take a look at the state of Florida, where 37% of the voters are over 60. We say they're elderly. That doesn't sound quite as elderly to me as it used to. But among these voters, Clinton has an 18-point lead. Bush is winning all the other age groups. Now here, we are looking in Florida at the way people felt the federal government responded to Hurricane Andrew. We asked them if they approved or disapproved. Among the 60% who approved, Bush has a clear margin, but Bush's vote drops way off among the 36% of Florida voters today who disapproved of the way the federal government handled Hurricane Andrew. Now let's look at men in Florida, and we see here that it's a tie between Clinton and Bush. Clinton is doing 6 points better than Dukakis did, but Bush has really fallen off among men in Florida. He's doing 24 points worse than he did 4 years ago. It's interesting that among whites in Florida, the race is now Bush 44 and Clinton 38. Bush has fallen 23 points among white voters in Florida from what he did 4 years ago. Now let's shift to Georgia. Let's look at white voters in Georgia. And what we see here is Bush has a lead of 12 points, but he's fallen 24 points since 1988. And then look at blacks. Whites were 80% of the voters in Georgia. Blacks are 19%. That's an overwhelming margin for Bill Clinton, 90%. There were some doubts about black commitment to the Democratic ticket, but it looks very, very strong among the 1/5 of Georgia voters who were black in today's election. Among Bush Democrats, now these are Bush voters from 1988 who say that they are Democrats. Only 37% of them are sticking with George Bush in the state of Georgia. That's a very bad sign for the president. Let's shift to New Hampshire. New Hampshire has a very poor economy. In fact, 46%, almost half the voters said the economy is poor. And among those voters, we can see that Bill Clinton is getting over 60% of the vote. That is obviously the key to Bill Clinton's dramatic inroad into the state of New Hampshire, which rarely votes for a Democrat. And remember, Bill Clinton lost the New Hampshire primary, but The weakness of George Bush in New England and that terrible, devastated economy up in New England has carried New Hampshire and now we say Vermont for the Democrats today.
Let's take a look now at some undecided races in the Senate. These are raw vote totals as we have them to this hour. First, looking at Georgia. We'll come back to that very, very shortly. I got tripped up a few minutes ago, and Catherine got me straightened out. I was saying that the states of Kentucky, Florida, Virginia, South Carolina were too close to call. They are undecided, as you pointed out. After the polls close in a state, and we're still getting in totals, we declare that a state is undecided. 1 hour after the polls have closed, if we still can't come up with a winner, if we still can't call it, we say that that race is too close to call.
That's right. That appears to be the case right now in Florida. It appears to be, I believe, too close to call.
And this is certainly something that President Bush doesn't like to see, because those 25 electoral votes in Florida are very, very critical. And at least early on in this presidential campaign, we're talking 12 months ago, plus one would have expected Florida to handily move into the Republican column.
Let's take a look now at some of those early vote totals in some Senate races. First, in the state of Georgia, incumbent Wyche Fowler and his challenger, the former Peace Corps director Paul Coverdell.
This was a race that got very nasty at the end, with Coverdell talking about Fowler's bounced checks in the House of Representatives. The negative advertising on television was extraordinary, and it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a wait for us tonight on this one.
Yes, and apparently a wait in South Carolina.
Now, if there's going to be any anti-incumbent fervor in this country, you'd think it would be against Fritz Hollings, who's been there about as long as anybody has, and it is seeming to take shape at the present time. It's too close to call. Hollings has been in the Senate since the 60s.
And to New Hampshire, where Republican Warren Rudman retired, and there's a contest between Democrat John Rao and former Governor Judd Gregg.
Yes, this could be another important Democratic inroad, because this is a Republican seat, Warren Rudman seat. He's giving it up. It's now open. We'll see if Rao can get himself elected on Bill Clinton's unusually strong coattails, if he has them, in New Hampshire, a state that rarely votes for Democrats for anything. John Sununu cannot be happy to see these figures tonight.
And Bill, what about the race in Indiana? We've called this for the Republican Dan Coats.
Well, Dan Coats was an incumbent. He's running for his first full elected term. He was Dan Quayle, appointed to succeed Dan Quayle when Dan Quayle was elected vice president. He was expected to win this, and he has won a solid victory there. The Republicans clearly are breathing a sigh of relief at that.
All right, what about these four Senate races? New Hampshire is sort of interesting. You've got a governor who gave up his seat to run for the Senate, Republican up there in New Hampshire, yet an independent candidate might also be
Well, the governor in New
trouble.
Hampshire is having trouble running in that state because the economy has gone so haywire in New Hampshire, and it went haywire during his terms as governor.
As we saw the state going for Bill Clinton this
That's
evening.
right. The unemployment in that state has doubled. Job creation has gone from in New Hampshire, where they were first in 1988, to 50th. This time. So the economic issues are the issues that are really on the table in New Hampshire. I think it explains the tight Senate race up there, and it also explains the presidential race going to the Democrats.
You remember we saw the first signs of trouble in New Hampshire in the primary when Pat Buchanan got, it turned out, well over a third of the vote against George Bush in the Republican primary. That was a signal that New Hampshire voters were very angry. Apparently, they still are.
Remember the headline in the Manchester Union Leader that night of that primary? Read our lips.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm reading the poll closings, and of course, you, our viewers, know that the polls are still open in portions of the Midwest, the Mountain States, and certainly on the West Coast, and obviously in Alaska and out in Hawaii. Please exercise your right to vote before this day is over. You have a voice when you vote. We'll return in a moment. And 12, still counting. Beverly Shook is in New York at the CNN Business News desk. She gives us an idea of what this day has been like, this election day.
Thanks, Bernie. Wall Street, like the rest of the nation, awaiting the results of today's election. Investors faced one final day of uncertainty over who will lead the nation for the next 4 years. And as the votes were being tallied, the financial market showed no clear indication. Stocks fell moderately, bond prices rose slightly, and the dollar was mixed. The Dow Industrials lost almost 10 points. It closed at 32.52. Trading volume was heavy on the big board. Other market averages finished the day mixed. As for tomorrow, one money manager thinks stocks will rally regardless of who wins the White House.
Either candidate will give the market an excuse to go up. Bush because he's a free market soul, and Clinton because he's likely to accelerate the recovery somewhat.
And according to the government's chief forecasting gauge, the economy recovery will remain in low gear until well into 1993. The index of leading economic indicators falling by 0.3% in September. That is the second straight decline and the third drop in the last 4 months.
Well, the basic picture is an economy that is no longer declining, but hasn't yet really taken fire for a sustained economic expansion. And also an economy where we have low inflation, low short-term interest rates, and therefore the prospect for sustained expansion over the next several years.
Wall Street is great at hedging its bets. Morgan Stanley is offering to give employees half their annual bonuses in December instead of the whole package in February, just in case Governor Clinton is elected and raises taxes on the rich next year. And that's our election night financial update. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern Time for Moneyline with Lou Dobbs for a post-election look at the markets, the economy, and business. We'll be talking with PaineWebber CEO Donald Marin, Apple Computer CEO John Sculley, and Leslie McCraw, CEO of Fluor, the world's largest engineering and construction firm. And now back to the National Desk in Atlanta for more election coverage.
Welcome back. Much discussion over polling throughout this presidential election year, and now we'll be talking about exit polls throughout the evening. President Bush was asked about the numbers when he arrived at the Houstonian moments ago, and when asked about exit polls specifically, he says exit polls don't vote, people do.
Well, with all due respect, people also fill out the exit polls. So they actually are voting in our exit polls, and we're going to be interviewing over 50,000 voters around the country tonight, and they'll be telling us not just how they voted, but why they voted for their candidates, so we'll have a lot of information. And we assume that they're not lying to us. They usually tell us exactly what they did at the polling places, and in years past, it's always corresponded very closely to the way they voted.
Well, it's been a long, long year. We started out in the snows of New Hampshire. We're now down here on election night, and we have a lot to report to you tonight.
One of the traditions, by the way, that is up for grabs tonight is the New Hampshire tradition of whoever wins the primary wins the presidency. And if George Bush wins the presidency, that tradition will be intact. But if Bill Clinton wins the presidency, he didn't win the New Hampshire primary, and the old New Hampshire tradition will be out the doors tonight.
Maybe we won't have to go back there.
We'll be we'll be continuing our coverage of this election night right after this. Let's take a look now at a Senate race in Ohio, where John Glenn is got a battle against Lieutenant Governor Michael DeWine.
Yes, and this is one of the most bitter races in the country. John Glenn is an American hero, a great astronaut, of course, but he was involved in the Keating 5 scandal, and he has been hit very hard by his opponent on that issue, and he's hit back very hard. This is one of the nastiest races in the country, and John Glenn proved to be surprisingly vulnerable in those polls.
It's also a race where John Glenn's long incumbency in the Senate has been an issue at a time when people are talking about change. And
running for a fourth term.
Yep. And John Glenn, as Bill said, the Keating 5 issue is an issue that has been used against him in Ohio, and he's going to be it's going to be a tough one for Glenn to hang on in.
Well, and Glenn has taken personally some of Mike DeWine's jabs. DeWine, the former congressman. Let's check in at Glenn headquarters. Here's our man, Brian Gabel. Brian?
Bernie, the question here in Ohio tonight is indeed, can John Glenn withstand the challenge from Mike DeWine? Just a couple of months ago, Glenn enjoyed a double-digit lead up to 30 points at one point, and that has diminished. With me right now is Dale Butlin, the campaign director for John Glenn. What has happened to that once substantial lead?
Well, there's nothing that's happened here that we didn't already anticipate. Everyone knew from the very beginning this was going to be a close election. It's going to be a close election because Senator Glenn's an incumbent. This is not a good year to run as an incumbent. Secondly, Mike DeWine has spent a lot of money in this race. He's outspent us, and so for all those reasons, we always knew it was going to be a very, very close and tight race, and it's certainly shaping up to be that.
Was it a nasty race?
It was the nastiest that John Glenn's ever been involved in. I think that this campaign has been one of smear, character assassination, personal attack. It's really unfortunate because we think the voters of this state should have had better than that. They didn't have it, and that's unfortunate. We tried to get Mike DeWine to talk about the issues throughout the campaign. He chose not to.
Thank you very much. Dale Butlin, the campaign director for John Glenn. Once again, polls have just closed here. This race too close to call at this point. Now let's go back to the national desk.
Thanks, Brian. Let's check in now with Frank Sesno in the eastern region. Frank?
Well, thanks, Catherine. The polls have just closed in West Virginia just a few short minutes ago, and a race there for governorship we seem to have been able to determine that goes to Gaston Caperton, pretty easily winning that race. It seems, according to some of the numbers we've seen here, that despite tax hikes and some budget cuts, Caperton winning easily. He takes 77% of the Clinton voters. He takes 23%, nearly a quarter of the Bush voters as well. Even though West Virginia has roughly a 10% unemployment rate, he goes back. Let's go next to Vermont. Key race there for governor. It turns out that Howard Dean, who's the only physician sitting in a governorship, wins, defeating his opponent relatively easily in the state of Vermont. Vermont now going Democratic on the presidential level. Over in the House, Bernie Sanders wins that race again rather easily. The incumbent returning, he's the only independent in the House. The Senate, Pat Leahy, also a popular figure for the state of Vermont, going back, defeating James Douglas, who was the Secretary of State there. Pat Leahy returning to the Senate for another term. He very popular in the state of Vermont. Now, shifting just across the Connecticut River to the state of New Hampshire, the Granite State, we're taking a look at a tough race for the Senate. Too close to call. Also for the governor, I'm sorry, there's not enough information to call it at this time. Same thing applies for the governorship there. And, as well, a tough House race. Also, right now anyway, not enough information to call it. Now, we have a couple of other important races that we're watching over in New York. A very nasty Senate race, pitting Alphonse D'Amato, the incumbent Republican, against Robert Abrams. Nasty language exchanged in that one. The polls closing in New York at 9 o'clock. Over in Pennsylvania, polls closing at 8 o'clock. That also a tough race. Lynn Yackel and Arlen Specter, the Republican, the incumbent, locked in a very tight battle. If you recall, this race has its roots back in the Anita Hill, Clarence Thomas controversy. Lynn Yackel making everything she could out of that. So very exciting, very close races in the East, and we will, of course, be back as they are determined and decided. Let's go back to the national desk.
Thank you, Frank. We have so much to report tonight. It's dizzying. We'll return in a moment.
Welcome back. Although the polls have closed in these 5 states, they are yet undecided. The states of Kentucky, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina.
Let's look closer at the South. We go to Bonnie Anderson on the Southern Desk.
Well, there are a number of very, very close races in the South. Indeed, we expect a great deal of drama in this region throughout the evening. But first, we are able to call some winners. In the North Carolina, where the polls have just closed, Jim Hunt will be the next governor. He defeated current Lieutenant Governor Jim Gardner in what was called the meanest, most personal political campaign in the state's history. This was an open seat vacated by Republican Governor Martin, who could not seek a third consecutive term. In Florida, where the majority of the polls have closed, incumbent Senator Bob Graham has defeated Bill Grant, a former U.S. representative, by a very wide margin. Florida Graham is very well liked and was extremely well funded. Now, earlier this evening, we were able to call the winner in the Kentucky state race. Wendell Ford, the incumbent, has won his 4th term, beating David Williams by an overwhelming margin. Ford had strong financial advantage and a strong lead in the polls in a state that tends to favor Democrats. Several Senate races in the South remain very close and could stay that way throughout the evening. Among the races that are just too close to call right now, in North Carolina's Senate race, Terry Sanford and Locke Faircloth are neck and neck, though Faircloth has a slight lead in the exit polls. Sanford underwent open heart surgery within a month of the election, and his numbers in the polls dropped. In the North Carolina Senate race, 26-year incumbent Ernest Hollings is battling Tommy Hartnett. Ernest Hollings is battling Tommy Hartnett, former congressman, in a race that is also neck and neck, a race where the anti-incumbency sentiment appeared to be jeopardizing Hollings. And in the Georgia Senate race, freshman Senator Wyche Fowler and Paul Coverdell are in a close battle, with Fowler slightly ahead. This is also too close to call. Now, there are several initiatives on ballots throughout the South. In Florida, voters have overwhelmingly approved a term limits initiative that limits congressmen to 4 two-year terms and U.S. senators to 2 6-year terms, with a lifetime ban on those who have served their limits. Arkansas is also considering a term limits initiative. We'll have more on what voters are doing there when the polls close in that state. Now, looking ahead at some key races that we'll be following for you tonight. In the Arkansas Senate race, 3-term incumbent Dale Bumpers is being challenged by Mike Huckabee, a Baptist minister. GOP strategists thought Bumpers was vulnerable, but this is a difficult state for Republicans this year. And in the Alabama Senate race, freshman Senator Richard Shelby is facing business consultant Richard Sellers. Shelby is expected to cruise to re-election. The polls showed him ahead by as much as 50%. And in the Oklahoma Senate race, Steve Lewis is being challenged by Don Nichols, the incumbent, is being challenged by Steve Lewis, a former State House Speaker. Over the last few weeks, Democratic challenger had been cutting into Nichols' lead. And that is the latest from the southern region. Now, back to the national desk.
Thank you, Bonnie. Talk about verbal combat. John Sununu, Michael Kinsley, Crossfire, normally at this hour. Let's check in on them to see how they're getting along. Gentlemen?
Thanks, Bernie. We're here with a special abbreviated edition of Crossfire. No guests tonight, just me and Governor John Sununu. John, you've been saying all along in this campaign that the voters were going to make up their minds late, very, very late. What do you think? Have they finally made up their minds?
Well, obviously, the day we're going to the polls, they're making up their minds and casting their ballots. It did get to a dead heat, virtually dead heat last Thursday. The decision is going to be made, in essence, since last Thursday. That's basically what I was trying to say there, Mike.
Well, we're limited in what we can say here tonight. George Bush is leading in the actual raw vote count at the moment. However, he lost New Hampshire. Now, according to our polls. Now, I defer to you in very little, John, but I will defer to you in expertise on New Hampshire politics. No Democrat has won New Hampshire, I believe, since 1964. What does it signify that Bill Clinton has carried the state of New Hampshire?
Well, I was very surprised, to tell you the truth. I thought New Hampshire, even though the polls were not going the way the president wanted, I thought New Hampshire in the end would come towards the president. I have seen the projection that it is going to go to Bill Clinton. I would say that if I were using it as a bellwether, and I would use it as a bellwether, I think it's going to be a tough race for the president as it moves across the country tonight.
And what does this say for the old saw that no one who ever lost the New Hampshire primary could ever become president of the United States?
But you must remember, if Bill Clinton wins tonight, with a big if, a lot of the folks will recognize it's because he became the comeback kid in New Hampshire. So he may have come in second to the favorite son, but the press called him the winner of the race.
There's a good bit of spin. All right, my last question to you, John. People say this whole race might have turned out differently if John Sununu were still alive. What would John Sununu have done differently if he were still in charge of the White House?
Well, let me talk about what Bill Clinton has done well in his race, and I don't think the president's campaign did well. Bill Clinton understood the value of governors, not only state by state, but governors as a tool to move from state to state, and he used them very, very well. I wish the president had given two things, as I've said on the show before. One, more focus to his accomplishments in the domestic side, but secondly, in terms of campaign tactics, I think he would have been better served to have been a little bit more aggressive in using governors, not only in their own state, but regionally and moving across the country with them.
Okay, you want to bash the media? That's your entitlement.
Look, we're talking about the dead heat last Thursday. I really think that the president had momentum at that point, and all of a sudden, this Lawrence Walsh fiction, and I will call it a fiction because it was something that was old. It had been in a congressional record before. It had been discussed before. The fact is that Lawrence Walsh came out with something that I think the media knew was not new. And began using it in a way that just cut the president's momentum off.
Well, that sounds like, to me, like a sore loser point to me, John. Irrespective of whether the timing was purposely done to hurt President Bush or not, and I don't believe it was.
But I'm not talking about the timing. I'm talking about the utilization of the news story by the media in a way that
John,
they knew was fiction.
It is not a fiction. That was a piece of evidence that had never been out before, the actual transcript of what Caspar Weinberger had said in his diaries. And I have yet to hear from you or President Bush or anybody else an explanation for how, Michael, that story could be. The
fact is the media jumped on it and relished using it, in my opinion, to cut off the president's momentum at that point.
All right, your last word for this round. From the left, I'm Mike Kinsley. Good night for Crossfire.
And from the right, I'm John Sununu. Back to Atlanta.
I don't know about a last word. I think that conversation is continuing, and our conversation continues this election night right after this.
In Washington, imagine a door with a label on it, Balance of Power. Behind that door is Bob Franken. We're going to be checking in with him throughout this evening to find out how the numbers are added up. So, knock, knock, Bob.
You have just knocked, Bernie, you've just knocked on a revolving door. There's going to be a profound change in the balance of power in the House of Representatives and the Senate. First of all, we're going to have to see just what party changes there are. There will be significant demographic changes. Let's look at the Senate. Right now, we have 35 races at stake in the Senate right now. The Democrats are trying to achieve a numerical 60 members. They have 57 right now. The reason for that is 60 is the number of senators needed to break down a filibuster. Right now, as I said, the Democrats have 57 seats in the Senate. So far, we've had results called in Indiana, Kentucky, Florida, and Vermont. There has been absolutely no change in the Senate so far. We'll just have to see whether the incumbents can keep on winning. Now, the incumbency is one of the major issues tonight, and of course, there's going to be a factor of incumbency that's as much a factor in the House of Representatives as in the Senate. We're being joined right now by Stuart Rothenberg, who is the publisher of the Rothenberg Political Report. Let's talk about the incumbency. What are we looking for here?
Well, we're looking for incumbents who have been hurt either because they're incumbents, because they may have bounced checks, because they have some ethics problems, or because of redistricting. Anything that would throw off their natural incumbent advantage.
I should point out that already 99 incumbents in the Senate and House have left for a variety of reasons. The House of Representatives is really the hotbed for these kind of races, particularly because of the House check scandal. So far, however, the results haven't borne that out, have they?
Absolutely. It's very early, but a number of the races that have been decided for the incumbents. For example, in Kentucky, Jim Bunning, Bill Natcher, and Hal Rogers, who is actually an embattled incumbent who appears to have won. In Indiana, people like Lee Hamilton and Andy Jacobs have been reelected.
There's a possible paradox here. The factors that brought Bill Clinton to power, that is to say, the throw the rascal out at the top, might affect many more Democrats than Republicans. The Democrats may be thrown out as a result of the same thing.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Bob. That's it. The mood at the top of the ticket that is maybe pushing Bill Clinton, we'll have to wait and see, is the same mood that's going to affect incumbents down ballot, and that means Democrats.
Stuart Rothenberg will be joining us throughout the evening and working with us behind the scenes. Right now, we go back to the national desk.
Well, and Bob, there actually is some other news going on, just a little. We're going to check in now with Natalie Allen. Natalie.
Thank you, Catherine. The Bush administration is looking at its options after a federal court today barred it from enforcing the so-called abortion gag rule. The revised rule allows only doctors at federally funded clinics to discuss abortion with patients. Well, today, a 3-judge panel said the rule was improperly adopted because public hearings were not held. Abortion opponents say the rule is not dead, and activists on both sides of the issue say the future of the gag rule depends on who wins the presidential election. A presidential commission says women should play an expanded role in the U.S. military, but the group is not recommending that the ban on direct combat roles for women be lifted. The commission recommended today that women be allowed to serve on some warships, but continue to be barred from ground fighting and combat missions in Navy and Air Force planes. The U.S. government's key economic gauge is down again. The index of leading economic indicators fell 0.3% in September. That is the third drop in 4 months. The index is designed to forecast economic activity in the months ahead. Most analysts believe the economy will escape a new recession, but agree today's numbers suggest weak growth will continue into next year. First testimony is expected tomorrow in the federal case against former Lincoln Savings and Loan Chief Charles Keating. Keating was convicted earlier on state charges he bilked investors out of millions of dollars in a junk bond scam. He's serving a 10-year sentence for that. Keating now faces 77 federal counts of racketeering and fraud, carrying a maximum penalty of 525 years in prison and at least $17 million in fines if he is convicted. And that is the latest other news at this hour. Right now, we return to the National Desk.
Thank you very much, Natalie. We're going to pause for a local cable break. Don't go away. For the first time in 28 years, a Democrat has won Illinois. Bill Clinton, the winner there.
The state of Pennsylvania also goes to Bill Clinton.
Okay, as we indicated, for the first time in 28 years, a Democrat has won the land of Lincoln.
I'm checking my watch, as the president did in the debate, because this is a time when a lot of polls close in a lot of states, and we're going to be making, I'm sure, a lot of calls at this at 8 o'clock.
28 electoral votes for Illinois.
28 electoral votes that ordinarily are very competitive. They certainly were last time. It was a very close race last time.
Well, you've got 23 in Pennsylvania. You've got a state that Bush barely carried in 1988, a state that's had a lot of economic difficulties.
And Pennsylvania and Illinois are by my count, it's the 5th and 6th largest states in the country. Those are two very big blocks of votes going into the Democratic column.
Did I say 28 for Illinois? 22.
22. Pennsylvania's a state where the governor of Pennsylvania feuded. Oh, Illinois.
It'll be interesting to see how broad the governor's coattails are.
The Republicans ordinarily need to carry the suburbs of Chicago, of Cook County, by about 2 to 1 in order to carry this state. The last poll showed that President Bush was only ahead 2 or 3 points in those suburbs, and now we see that Bill Clinton is the winner in Illinois.
And the last time the state of Pennsylvania went Democratic was 1976. 92, it does it again.
That's right. Pennsylvania is an ultimate union blue-collar state, has a lot of industrial workers, an aging industrial plant, and it indicates that among those traditional blue-collar voters, the Democrats have come back. The last time it went for a Democrat was with Jimmy Carter in 1976.
32 electoral votes up for grabs in Texas, the state undecided.
Bernie, 2 million voters voted up to 2 weeks early in Texas. They voted in malls and grocery stores. This is the home state of Ross Perot, the home state of George Bush.
And the state of Michigan was fought over. Bill Clinton, George Bush, both there 8 times since Labor Day. That state goes to Bill Clinton.
Big battleground state, of course, another major industrial state. A lot of Reagan Democrats in that state. They seem to have voted for Bill Clinton, even though he supports the North American Free Trade Pact, which organized labor opposes.
Bill Clinton has won New Jersey.
This was a battleground state. For the last 6 elections, it's been Republican. There was a very late GOP blitz that brought the president, Dan Quayle, Jack Kemp, and Barbara Bush into the state, but it didn't do enough good.
The state of Maryland, one of only 6 states that voted for Carter in 1980, has now come into the Democratic camp for Bill Clinton.
Yes, Maryland is a usually Democratic state, although it did not vote for Michael Dukakis, a big surprise in '88. A disappointment to the governor, Donald Schaefer. William Donald Schaefer in Maryland, the Democratic governor, endorsed George Bush, but he didn't seem to have much influence over his state.
Bill Clinton has won 12 electoral votes tonight in Massachusetts.
Bernie, this is one of the most reliable Democratic states in presidential elections. Even when they lose the presidency, they ordinarily carry Massachusetts. But it's also one of George Bush's 5 home states. He was born here and went to prep school in Massachusetts.
Only once during this century has the state of Missouri voted for a loser in the presidential race. It now goes in the Bill Clinton column.
Very important victory, because if I had to pick any single state in the Union that was most typical of the entire country, it would probably be Missouri. It's right between the North, the South, the East, and the West, two major cities, lots of rural and suburban voters, and it's gone for Bill Clinton.
8 more electoral votes for the governor from Arkansas. He has won Connecticut tonight.
George Bush's father represented Connecticut in the Senate. George Bush's mother voted in Connecticut today. It has an independent governor named Lowell Weicker who endorsed Bill Clinton, and Clinton carries the state.
Kennebunkport, George Bush's vacation home, is in the state of Maine, but it goes for Bill Clinton.
Bush is not doing too well in his home states. They used to say Maine was the rock-ribbed Republican state. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. We'll see if that holds true tonight.
No surprise in the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes going to the governor from Arkansas.
Bernie, in 1988, this state was 83% Democratic, and if D.C. were a state, it would be the most Democratic state in presidential elections. And Bill Clinton's platform says that he will back it to make D.C. a state.
The state of Alabama, polls closed at 8 p.m. It is still undecided.
It's undecided. We're going to be seeing how the whites and blacks vote. Blacks usually vote heavily Democratic, and the whites usually in the South, in Alabama, vote Republican, but we'll see if they vote in Republican in large enough numbers to hold that state in the Republican column.
Delaware's 3 electoral votes still undecided at this moment.
Well, this is a state that attracted a great deal of attention. Bill Clinton, Al Gore, Tipper Gore, Hillary Clinton all campaigned in Delaware, as did Bush, Quayle, Barbara Bush, and Marilyn Quayle, for 3 electoral votes.
2 Republican senators in the state of Kansas. George Bush wants this state. It's still undecided.
Still undecided. We don't know what's happening yet in Kansas, but it should be a Republican state. If George Bush doesn't win Kansas, Farm Belt state, he's in big trouble.
Going back to the South, Mississippi, 7 electoral votes undecided at this moment.
Well, this state has to be in the Republican column for George Bush to win this thing. It's been leaning Republican, but very, very close. Bill Clinton won 73% of the votes in the Mississippi primary, however.
While still undecided, North Dakota is a very Republican state in its leanings.
Historically very Republican, but it has a kind of radical tradition early in this century. It often votes an economic protest vote. It's a Farm Belt state. We'll see how the Farm Belt is going to deliver this evening.
Farther south of North Dakota, Oklahoma, 8 electoral votes. No decision here yet.
Bernie, Oklahoma has been Republican since 1964, but it was a toss-up, very close in the late polls. Bill Clinton won 70% in the Oklahoma primary, a higher percentage than he won in his own state of Arkansas.
Jim Baker bet reporters that the president would carry Tennessee. This state is undecided.
We don't know yet. Of course, this is Al Gore's home state. This is usually Republican, but with Gore on the Democratic ticket, the Democrats have high hopes that this neighboring state to Arkansas will go to the Democrats tonight.
Briefly revisiting Kentucky, where 8 electoral votes are up for grabs tonight, we still say that this race is too close to call. You see the spread there with Perot at the other end.
Bernie, Bill Clinton made 2 last-minute trips to Kentucky. He spent one of those days in there where he counterattacked against President Bush on the issue of character, attacking George Bush's character in Kentucky.
And the conservative state of North Carolina is still undecided.
Still undecided. North Carolina is both conservative and populist. It's swung both ways in its history. It's a battleground state, one of the biggest states in the South. Not enough information yet to tell us what's going to happen there.
Ohio, still undecided, Ken Bodie.
Bernie, the last polls in Ohio were all within the margin of error, and this is really a bellwether state. It's a state where if the Republicans don't win Ohio, they have a very hard time winning the presidency.
Bush carried the state of Florida in 1988 by 61%, still too close to call.
I would say that if Florida doesn't go into the Republican column, the president can't make it tonight. It's now the 4th largest state. It's one of the fastest growing, and Florida has got to stay Republican for the president to get reelected.
No decision yet in South Carolina. This is the raw vote total to the moment.
Bernie, George Bush has been ahead in South Carolina polls from the start. When Ross Perot was in the race before July and he dropped out, when he got back in the race, there never was a time when George Bush was not ahead in the South Carolina polls. But it's still too early for us to be able to call this one.
Let's look at some numbers in the state of Virginia. A Republican stronghold, still too close. We've got 23% of the precincts reporting, with George Bush leading with 46%, Bill Clinton at 39%.
Virginia is a critical southern state. It was one of the first southern states to go Republican in the 50s and 60s, and now we'll see if it'll stay Republican or if it's going to go Democratic with the southern-dominated Democratic ticket of Clinton and Gore tonight.
Here to the very moment is the very latest electoral vote total. Bill Clinton, 151. George Bush, 12.
Bernie, Bill Clinton has added some very important states over the last few minutes. He's added Missouri, he's added Illinois, he's added Pennsylvania, and he's added the state of Georgia. This race is taking shape as Bill Clinton dominating in the Midwestern battleground states, picking up some support both in New England, where Republicans traditionally carry, and in the state of Georgia. The states we're not calling, states like North Carolina and South Carolina and so forth, are states that the Republicans really must begin to pick up if they're going to salvage this evening.
You know, what's interesting about this race is that the states that seem to be closely fought tonight, several of the ones that are too close to call, are all in the South. The South used to be solidly Democratic, the solid South. Then it became solidly Republican in presidential elections, and now it looks like the most competitive part of the country. Bush has an advantage in the South because he's a conservative, but the Democrats are fighting back with an all-Southern white male Baptist ticket.
Well, in Texas, go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the places that they're fighting is my home state, the Lone Star State. And Charles Bierbauer is there in Houston at the headquarters of the Republicans. Charles?
Catherine, we've changed locations. This is the ballroom where President Bush is expected later this evening. We're told that he will come here after California closes, so make that probably in the neighborhood of about 10:30 or so Eastern time. A couple of quick notes on what Mr. Bodie's just been telling us. Those battleground states, we went there time and time again, to Michigan, to Pennsylvania, to New Jersey, to Missouri. Those are states President Bush contested very hard because he needed them, and this does not seem to bode very well for the rest of this evening. As far as Texas is concerned, talking with Rob Mosbacher, who's the president's chairman here in Texas, he says it's very tight. He made a point that a lot of Texans voted early, and that under the Texas system, they had a couple of weeks in which they could cast those votes. Those numbers should be coming out fairly quickly with the polls closing in Texas. And Mr. Mosbacher concedes that Ross Perot has had a tremendous effect here, primarily in the Dallas area, where the Republicans usually count on doing well. Although Mosbacher suggests that perhaps the Republicans have made up some of what Perot has taken away from them in Dallas by doing better in the southern part of the state where trade has been an issue. We'll see Mr. Bush here a little later. Back to the national desk.
Thank you. We'll continue with our coverage in a moment. George Bush and Bill Clinton battled mightily for the state of Kentucky. CNN is now declaring Governor Clinton has taken Kentucky.
Bernie, the registration of Democrats is 2-1 over Republicans here. It was a state that they did battle mightily over, and they also re-elected a Democratic senator in Kentucky tonight, Wendell Ford.
All right, well, let's take a look at another region where Bill Clinton has racked up some states. That's the Midwest. Deborah Potter is standing by. Deborah?
Well, Catherine, in the Midwest, we have history in the making. In the Senate race in Illinois, CNN is able to call a winner, and that winner is Carol Moseley Braun, the Cook County Recorder of Deeds and former state representative who has beaten, according to our estimates, Rich Williamson, a Republican lawyer. She will become the first black woman in the U.S. Senate. The trouble she had with a Medicaid scandal involving her mother, apparently no problem for Carol Moseley Braun. Most of the polls are now closed in the state of Kansas, and we can declare a winner in the Kansas Senate race. Bob Dole has been re-elected, the Senate Minority Leader. His opponent, Gloria Odell, called this race Gloria versus Goliath. Goliath had all the weapons this time. Again, in Missouri, where the polls are closed, we are able to look at a very close race between Kit Bond, the Republican senator, and Democrat Jerry Rothman Surratt. Was hoping to get some Clinton coattails in Missouri. This close race, too close to call. In Missouri again, the governor's race there, the polls are closed, and we are able to declare a winner. Mel Carnahan, the lieutenant governor, has captured for the Democrats a seat that had belonged to the Republicans. He's defeated William Webster, the Attorney General. The ethics issue apparently tarred Webster in this race. He was linked to a scandal-plagued state insurance compensation fund. Most of the polls are now closed in North Dakota, and in the Senate race there, for the open seat in the Senate, Byron Dorgan, a longtime member of the House, has apparently defeated Steve Sidness, the Fargo City Commissioner. Dorgan was hit hard during the campaign by charges from Sidness that he was an insider and he had 98 overdrafts on the House bank. No problem for him, however, in winning that race. The governor's race is another story in North Dakota. This is a key race we're watching, and it's undecided as yet. Nicholas Spaeth, the Attorney General, running against Ed Schaefer, a businessman. He's heir to the Mr. Bubble fortune. This race still undecided. In Ohio, the Senate race, the polls are all closed in Ohio. Democrat John Glenn locked in a very tight race with Republican Mike DeWine, the state lieutenant governor. Glenn's astronaut image apparently tarnished by his Keating 5 connection. DeWine certainly made a big issue of it during the campaign. A couple of initiatives now we've been watching across the Midwest. Two of them we can call for you. They are term limits referenda. In Ohio, the initiative on term limits has passed quite easily. This will limit representatives to 4 terms in the House and senators to 2 terms. The same result in Missouri. 2 terms in the Senate, 4 terms in the House on their term limits initiative. It is carried in Missouri. And recapping for you some results we were able to give you earlier. Dan Coats has been reelected to the Senate from Indiana. He's defeated Secretary of State Joe Hogsett. And as we look at the boards now, we can see that that was an easy win for Dan Coats, even easier than expected. The estimate is when all the votes are counted, it will be 59% Coats, 41% Hogsett. In the governor's race in Indiana, Evan Bayh reelected to a 2nd term, again the nation's youngest governor, staying in that office. He defeated Lindley Pearson, the state attorney general, and again quite an easy race for Evan Bayh, who had both the money and the charisma in this race. 62 to 38% is the CNN estimate in that one. And in Indiana again, where the polls are all closed, Lee Hamilton, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, reelected quite easily to his 15th term in the House. He's been mentioned as a possible member of the administration. If there is a Clinton administration, there has been talk about Lee Hamilton taking a top post. Well, again, the surprise, if you will, in this part of the country in the Midwest, Carol Moseley Braun winning quite easily her race for the U.S. Senate. And CNN's Jeff Flock is now at her headquarters. I assume you're in Chicago, Jeff.
That's right, Deborah. We came here tonight expecting history, and if those exit polls are correct, in fact, that's what we'll have, although there is caution in this room. One of Carol Moseley Braun's chief political strategists, David Axelrod, just said, well, it's nice to win the exit polls. It's even nicer to win the election. So I think this caution is appropriate for a woman who was 3rd in a 3-horse race in the primary and somehow came out of nowhere to win the primary over the man who couldn't be beaten, Alan Dixon, the incumbent senator who'd never lost a race in his life. Then in the general election, she went up against Rich Williamson, a Republican who was kind of a sacrificial lamb the Republicans had put up to run against Dixon. She had an insurmountable lead in the polls. However, that lead shrunk. She ran into some ethics problems, and that lead shrunk. So I think it's appropriate that she would be expressing some caution here tonight. But in fact, I think everyone on her campaign expects there to be a big celebration here tonight. Carol Moseley Braun apparently making history, the first black woman to be elected to the Senate, and only the 2nd black senator since Reconstruction. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Braun headquarters.
Thanks, Jeff. As polls have closed, we have 14 states plus the District of Columbia in Bill Clinton's column. We have 1 state, the state of Indiana, in George Bush's.
And it should be remarked upon that about 10 of those states that are in Clinton's column this time were in the Republican column, not just last time, but in most of the last 3 elections have been Republican columns. So we have a big story shaping up here tonight. This is a very dramatic shift in the electoral vote base of the Democratic Party. No question about that.
Actually, the Democrats are doing well in the Northeast and Midwest. They're making inroads into the South, but the South remains the most competitive region. We're going to see if the Democrats can break the Republican stronghold in the Sun Belt states, the South, and those Western states that have yet to report.
And probably what we're seeing in New England is maybe an economic aberration for this election because the economy is so bad in New England that the the region is beginning to tend Democratic.
But then states like Michigan, states like New Jersey, they were saying were really important to go in George Bush's column. And
the industrial Midwest battleground area seems to be falling Clinton's way tonight, no doubt about it.
Two big suburban states, New Jersey and Connecticut, are mostly suburban states, and they have gone to Clinton, which indicates that Clinton is making enormous inroads into the suburbs, and that's suburban voters are now a majority of voters in this country.
But, Bill, that's also, in those two states, an economic story and a tax story as well.
Yes.
Connecticut and New Jersey.
When we come back, we're going to call on Mr. Snyder to take a look at more of his exit polling data to tell us why people have voted for Governor Clinton in two key industrial states. Back in a moment.
candidates would be somewhat nervous if the vote was that close. Let's take a look at the current electoral count as it stands. Bill Clinton has 158 electoral votes in his column. George Bush, 20.
And CNN can now declare that President Bush has won South Carolina. Ken Bodie?
Bernie, South Carolina has voted Democratic only twice in the last 25 years. George Bush needed it. Carol Campbell helped deliver it, the governor. And this is the second state that George Bush has won, just the second one we have tonight.
Well, moments ago we were talking about the industrial states that have been moving toward Bill Clinton. You've got some exit poll information on those states?
Yes, we do, Catherine. Let's take a look at Michigan, a big auto worker state. 21% of the voters in Michigan say they have an auto worker in the household. Bush tried to appeal to them by saying that the Democrats would impose fuel efficiency standards. But you can see in those households, Bill Clinton has a very big victory, almost half the votes. Among those voters in Michigan, 23% who said the Mexico Free Trade Agreement was important, a very controversial issue in Michigan. Those voters also went heavily for Bill Clinton. He supports a modified free trade agreement. Bush was clearly vulnerable on that. Now let's take a look at another major blue-collar state, which is Pennsylvania. Health care was an important issue in the 1991 race when Harris Wofford was surprisingly by a landslide elected to the Senate. Among those Pennsylvania voters today who said the health care issue was important, that was 29% of them, Bill Clinton raked up a very, very big lead. Now let's take a look at how Pennsylvania votes divided by income. What we can see here is that the poor voters in Pennsylvania, under $15,000, voted heavily for Clinton. Middle-income voters were 45% for Clinton. They were more closely split. The wealthy voters, those with family incomes of over $75,000, only 30% went for Clinton. They went big for George Bush. Income turns out in Pennsylvania and in other states today to be a very important determinant of the vote. Pennsylvania is a state where the abortion issue was very controversial, a major Supreme Court decision. What we found was that over 60% of the voters in Pennsylvania today said that abortion should remain legal. But among the 11% of Pennsylvanians who said that the abortion issue determined their vote, over 60% of those voters voted for George Bush. So it appears that the voters who were motivated by the abortion issue were probably more pro-life than pro-choice and not reflective of the overall electorate. One final point, Texas is still too close to call. But we can tell you something interesting about Texas. We asked the Perot voters what they would have done if Ross Perot were not on the ballot today. Now, the Texas Perot voters, those are the ones who know him best, they said if Perot were not on the ballot, they would have voted a majority, bare majority for George Bush, just 1/3 for Bill Clinton. So, if George Bush does not carry the state of Texas today, it may be because Ross Perot took so many of those voters out of the Bush column.
I can't get out of my mind the words of John Sununu on Crossfire about 45 minutes ago. He said, "I don't think the president's campaign did very well." And I go back to Carol Campbell, Bush's campaign chairman in South Carolina, the governor of South Carolina. A week ago in Inside Politics, he said that he was complaining to the White House more than a year ago. Guys, you got to get organized. And Carol Campbell says that's one of the reasons why the race looks so bad for George Bush going into this election night. But Campbell has delivered for Bush, South Carolina, and the president has Indiana, the only two states so far tonight that he's won.
And I also remember him making the comments about Republicans out on the stump hurting the president. Some of the conservative Republicans seemingly campaigning against the president.
Yes, and he'd like to, apparently, Carol Campbell would like to beat Bill Webster in a dark alley.
I was interested in what Bill was saying about the Perot factor today. It's going to be a big factor for us to look at. It's going to be a factor that has affected turnout all day long. It's also going to be a factor just in terms of the split of these votes when we try to figure out what effect Perot had on these states. In the state of New Jersey, the Perot supporters were complaining today that Ross Perot's name could not be found on the ballot. They said it was the equivalent of a Where's Waldo search for Ross Perot on the New Jersey ballot.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the undecided Senate races, starting with North Carolina. Incumbent Terry Sanford, one-term senator running against Locke Faircloth.
Sanford has been ill recently. He had heart surgery. He's one of the Southern Democrats who voted against authorizing the use of force in the Persian Gulf War. He may be vulnerable in this race.
And in Ohio, Mike DeWine is trying to bring astronaut John Glenn down to earth, Ken Bodie.
And it's very close. It looks like John Glenn, 71 years old, a longtime incumbent, has a $3 million presidential debt that Mike DeWine exploited. And it's going to be a very close race.
Ohio is also one of 14 states voting tonight on term limits. Yes, 70% with 1% of the precincts reporting.
Yes. It looks like that Ohio is one of those 14 states that's going to be supporting term limits. The guessing from most political analysts is that term limits will pass in almost every state where they're on the ballot, perhaps in all of them. The question is, are they constitutional when they're imposed on members of Congress? We don't know.
Our anchor at the Southern Desk, Bonnie Anderson, reported a short while ago that Florida would go for term limits tonight, and this is the way it stacks up.
Well, term limits is really one of these issues whose time seems to have come in terms of the voters. It's really a sort of litmus test of the kind of mood of the electorate this year. As Bill said, in every state that it's on the ballot, term limits, one way or another, is expected to pass.
The state of Missouri is also voting on term limits. It's interesting. This issue is very palatable to voters. Campaign finance reform is a little harder to move through Capitol Hill.
Yes, indeed. What the voters are saying by voting for term limits in all these states is stop us before we re-elect again. Now, the real test of anti-incumbency sentiment isn't the cheap vote for term limits, but how many of those incumbents in Congress running for re-election are going to be retired by the voters tonight? That's going to tell us whether there really is an anti-incumbent mood out there.
Well, Kit Bond in Missouri's Senate race trying to avoid being terminated out there.
Jerry Rothman Surratt won a 14-way primary, and she's really making a strong race against this one-term incumbent from Missouri.
A very high-profile race in Pennsylvania. Republican Arlen Specter against Lynn Yackel says she took him on because of the Clarence Thomas hearings.
Yes, this looks like it might be a very close race. Arlen Specter is a very powerful incumbent, ran a good campaign. Yackel is running on the Anita Hill issue, and it could be a big upset there.
And our earlier call, Illinois, Carol Moseley Braun has beat back a challenge by Republican Rich Williamson. We'll be right back with more coverage of this very exciting Election 92 night.
Polls now closed in nearly half the 50 states. There are winning signs for Democrat Bill Clinton and warning signs for Republican George Bush.
Clinton has pulled off wins in a number of key battlegrounds, including the electoral-rich industrial states of Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. He's also made inroads in the South by picking up Georgia and Kentucky. And he scored big on symbolism by winning New Hampshire and Vermont, two traditionally Republican states that had not voted for a Democratic president in nearly 30 years.
Well, in contrast, President Bush has a very sparse win column. He can claim victory at this hour in Indiana, a GOP presidential stronghold, and the home state of his running mate Dan Quayle. No states have gone to Ross Perot. As expected, our exit polls show the economy is playing a key role in voters' decisions at the ballot box.
And CNN declares that Governor Clinton has won his home state of Arkansas and 6 electoral votes.
Not unexpected at all, Bernie, but Arkansas in the last 7 elections has gone Republican 6 times. So this again indicates that the Democrats are building some inroads into the solid Republican South.
Well, the state of Oklahoma goes for George Bush. He certainly carried this with 58% in 1988.
This is a state that has been Republican ever since 1964. It's a neighboring state to both Arkansas and Texas. It could be a sign of how Texas is going to go. We'll see later.
In that Senate race up in Ohio, John Glenn, the famed astronaut who's battling to go back to the Senate, he's won tonight, defeating former Congressman Mike DeWine. And looking at Florida, it's still Florida, too close to call, 25 electoral votes up.
Yes, and this state was really one of the ones that Ross Perot went to at the end, George Bush went to at the end. This is a state where Ross Perot called Governor Clinton the chicken man.
And the Lone Star State, where we saw Bill Schneider talking about the Perot effect, is still undecided. Bill?
This was a real battleground. It is George Bush's adopted home state. It is Ross Perot's home state. And, of course, it is a southern state where Bill Clinton and Al Gore ought to do very well. All three of them have roots in Texas, as well as Catherine Pryor. And, therefore, it's a hard-fought state.
This state, Virginia, 13 electoral votes, too close to call. Look at those figures from 46 for Bush, 40 Clinton, 14 Ross Perot, Ken.
Bernie, this state has been solidly Republican in the last few elections, 60% and above. So the fact that this is competitive is just more of the bad news for the Republicans in Dixie.
Well, a little more bad news. An undecided state of Kansas. It has only gone Democratic once since 1936. They still haven't made up their minds out there.
We don't have enough information yet. This is undecided, not yet too close to call. We don't know yet how Kansas is going to go, but it's the key Farm Belt state, usually reliably Republican.
And as we take you back to the South for a check on Mississippi, 17 electoral votes, still undecided.
In the final polls, this state was leaning to the president, but very, very close. Bill Clinton won 73% of the primary vote in Mississippi. That's his second highest in the country.
And the state of North Dakota, with 3 electoral votes, is still undecided.
North Dakota is a small state, usually a Republican state, another important Farm Belt state, and we're waiting to see how the farm voters are going to go in this election.
Albert Gore's state, Tennessee, undecided, 11 electoral votes.
This was the first state to certify Ross Perot on the ballot. This state should have been Clinton's easily with Albert Gore on the ballot, but it tightened at the very end, and the president went to Tennessee.
One of the most typical states in the country. So goes Delaware, so goes the country, is often said, is still undecided.
That's right. Delaware is on the border between North and South. It has a major city, Wilmington, rural areas, suburbs, and at this point, we don't know how Delaware is going to go. It's a small state, but very typical.
In the Tar Heel state, no winner in North Carolina yet, but these are the raw votes.
Bernie, Bill Clinton was running third in North Carolina until Ross Perot dropped out in July. The Perot voters seemed to go to Clinton and just stay there. And it's very, very close near the end.
And no winner yet declared in Alabama with 9 electoral votes at stake. Let's take a look at the raw numbers. 22% of the precincts reporting George Bush leading with 46 to Bill Clinton's 43%.
Well, it's obvious that the South is a very closely contested region. In state after state like Alabama, we see here, the votes are very, very close. That means that Bill Clinton is clearly making big inroads into the white Southern vote, as well as the reliably Democratic black vote.
To win the White House, you must have 270 electoral votes. This is how the count stands at 37 minutes past the hour. George Bush, 28 electoral votes. Bill Clinton.
Bernie, Bill Clinton has got on that map 139 electoral votes from 12 states that were Republican in the last election.
I didn't get the figure 165 electoral votes out of my mouth.
165 are out there for Clinton, but 139 of those 165 were Republican votes in the last election.
All right, a very hotly contested race in Pennsylvania. Arlen Specter, the incumbent, against Lynn Yackel. Our Norma Quarles is standing by at Specter headquarters. Norma?
Well, the music just started here at Specter headquarters, but the mood here, people have been coming in, and the mood is still a bit somber, a lot more somber than it is across the street at Lynn Yackel headquarters, where I visited a few minutes ago. But it may well be that because Clinton seems to be doing so well, the mood's a lot better over there than it is over here. With me, however, I have Susan Lamontagne, who is the communication director for Arlen Specter. Just a week ago, Arlen Specter this was his race. Now that the state has been called for Clinton, what do you think?
Oh, listen, we've always said this would be a tough race. It's been a very tight one, and we've had to paddle upstream on a lot of areas. The year of the woman, anti-incumbency, the economy. But I think Senator Specter's record has been excellent, and he has fought very hard. We're very proud of our campaign, and we're still waiting to see the rest of the votes come in.
Thank you very much. We're all waiting to see what happens. Thank you. And back to the national desk.
Thanks, Norma. Well, that certainly is a close race, but we've called a couple of Senate races this evening.
Well, we've called 13 Senate races so far this evening. I've totaled them up. There hasn't been a single race that has changed parties so far, and of those, there's only one open seat, so we've got 12 incumbents reelected so far to the Senate this time. Maybe it's not so much a revolutionary year at the polls in terms of the Senate races. There have been some close ones, but we really are reelecting incumbents across the board tonight.
Well, we did. The state of Illinois elected Carol Moseley Braun, the first African-American woman. That was a Democratic seat. You're quite right. That has stayed Democratic. That might have been a close race because she had some problems in her campaign, but in the end, she won it in the state of Illinois.
I misspoke myself. There are two new senators out there. Byron Dorgan of North Dakota, also a Democrat who replaces a Democrat.
And you mentioned the numbers, and there are a total of 34 Senate seats up tonight and one up in December.
That's right.
Looking at the South for just a quick moment, are we beginning to see the Democrats having found the key to unlock the Republican lock on the South?
Well, they're doing it with a couple of Southerners on their ticket who obviously have some appeal to the South. And, of course, the South has the same economic problems as the rest of the country. The South is very competitive. But, you know, normally the Democrats should sweep the South. Jimmy Carter swept the South in '76. Well, we're not seeing the Democrats sweeping the South. We're seeing the South being very competitive. Again, it's Southern regional roots going for the Democrats, conservatism going for the Republicans.
All right, well, we can call another state at this time. There in the South, the home state of Al Gore goes to his team. Bill Clinton carries Tennessee.
A very sweet victory indeed for the Democrats. Gore's home state, a neighboring state to Arkansas, a state that usually has voted Republican in presidential elections. Clearly, hometown pride in Al Gore had something to do with the Democratic victory.
Cindy Bush carried that state with about 58% in 1988.
Mm-hmm. Moments ago, we told you that incumbent Senator John Glenn has won re-election from Ohio. Our man Brian Gabel is in Columbus, where I assume they're happy.
They are indeed very happy, Bernie. The announcement was just made about 5 minutes ago. The mood here increasingly festive. We have about 300 or 400 people here. This doubles as the Democratic headquarters for Ohio as well. There was concern about this race, frankly. They knew that John Glenn was going to have some trouble. 71-year-old incumbent senator, 3 terms here, but he had trouble. He was a member of the Keating Five, as you well know. He also had that enormous campaign debt from 1984. There was concern that Michael DeWine might, in fact, defeat him, even though DeWine was trailing by some 30 points just a few months ago. That lead narrowed considerably in the last few months, and in fact, it was considered just about a dead heat today. But in fact, Glenn has emerged as the winner. Just a few minutes ago it was announced, and folks here are feeling very happy about that and very happy about Mr. Clinton as well. Let's go back to the national desk now.
Well, an exciting election night, much more to talk about. We'll be right back to continue our discussion after this.
CNN's election coverage is brought to you.
And at roughly 15 before the hour, let's take a look at the electoral count as it stands now. Challenger Bill Clinton with 176. President Bush, 28 electoral votes.
Well, before the break, we were talking about inroads into the South by the Democrats. Let's check into that region where Bonnie Anderson is standing by. Bonnie.
Well, there are a number of key races in the South that are still too close to call, but so far incumbents are filling the winner's circle in the Senate races. In Arkansas, where the polls closed just moments ago, we're calling Dale Bumpers, the incumbent, the winner over Baptist minister Mike Huckabee. Bumpers, an outspoken liberal, will return to Capitol Hill for a 4th term. And in the Alabama Senate race, freshman Senator Richard Shelby has beaten Richard Sellers by a wide margin. In the Oklahoma Senate, Republican incumbent Don Nichols has won a third term, defeating Steve Lewis, the former State House Speaker. Nichols, a staunch conservative, outspent Lewis 3-1. Abortion was a central issue in this campaign. Nichols, by the way, headed up the GOP platform committee that called for a constitutional ban on abortion, even in cases of rape or incest. Now, several U.S. Senate races are providing plenty of suspense in the South tonight. Early returns and exit poll data indicate these are too close to call. Among them, the North Carolina Senate battle between incumbent Terry Sanford and Locke Faircloth. Exit polls have the race at a dead heat, and as the raw vote tally, as you can see, the raw vote valley is very close as well. In the Georgia Senate race, Wyche Fowler and Paul Coverdale are also neck and neck, too close to call at this point. This is a race that drew closer in the final weeks after Coverdale publicized statements Fowler made years ago that he bounced checks at the House bank. In the South Carolina Senate race, Ernest Hollings is in a tight contest with former Congressman Tommy Hartnett. GOP had targeted Hollings since he voted against the Gulf War. And now back to the National Desk.
And quickly to Frank Sesno in the East.
Well, thanks, Bernie. We have a number of results in the East that we've been watching. Some of these polls have been closed for a while, others more recently. First to Connecticut, where it didn't take very long for Senator Christopher Dodd to triumph once again, an incumbent return to office. Christopher Dodd going back to Washington. Over to Maryland, another no-problem contest for Barbara Mikulski. She cruised to victory, as was expected, over her challenger. Maryland also had an abortion ballot on the abortion issue, on the ballot. And it appears that Maryland voters have easily passed an initiative that guarantees the right to an abortion. The state will be forbidden to interfere with a woman's abortion decision before the fetus is considered viable, which is to say able to live outside the womb. Over in Vermont, some more Senate races. Senator Leahy easily returning to Washington, 61% of the vote, trouncing his Republican opponent, James Douglas, the Secretary of State. In Delaware, Thomas Carper goes back. Wins an open seat. This is a changeover seat. It had been a Republican seat. Now it becomes a Democrat seat, that becoming the new governor of Delaware. And in the District of Columbia, a fascinating initiative there. The District of Columbia voting down an attempt to control, to reinstate the death penalty, No contest whatsoever. According with 40% of the vote in, we have about 34% for it, 66% against restoring the death penalty in the District of Columbia, which, by the way, has the highest per capita murder rate in the country. Let's go back to the National Desk.
Thanks, Frank. Well, you've been playing with your numbers and looking at some of these results that have come in and have decided that it looks like Democrats are moving into a couple of areas.
Democrats are indeed making big inroads in the South and in the suburbs. Since fellow Southerner Jimmy Carter won the White House in 1976, 14 Southern states have not voted Democratic. Since then, already tonight, 6 of those states have voted for Bill Clinton. Clinton is also making big inroads into the suburban vote in the industrial states, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. The suburbs of those big cities are going by narrow margins, but they're going for Bill Clinton.
All right, much more ahead. Polls closing at 9 o'clock. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Something other than politics is happening tonight. Let's check in for an update with the news desk.
And in other news this evening, a presidential commission is recommending that women play a bigger role in the U.S. military. But the recommendation does not include lifting the ban on direct combat roles for women. The commission today recommended that women be allowed to serve on some warships, but continue to be barred from ground fighting and combat missions in Navy and Air Force planes. 35,000 women served in non-combat roles in the Persian Gulf War. The Bush administration is considering its options after a federal court barred it from enforcing the so-called abortion gag rule. The revised rule allows only doctors at federally funded clinics to counsel patients about abortion. Today, a 3-judge panel said it was improperly adopted because public hearings were not held. Activists on both sides of the issue say the future of the gag rule depends on who wins the presidential election. Operations to give women silicone gel breast implants are resuming, but only for patients who agree to take part in studies to see if the implants cause health problems. The only company with FDA approval to make implants is the Mentor Corporation. Meanwhile, Dow Corning says it's talking with the FDA over an internal investigation that showed some of Dow's breast implant records had been altered. Finally, Audrey Hepburn's tumor was cancerous, but the doctors who removed it from her colon say they're confident they got all of it before it affected her organs. In recent years, the actress has been a goodwill ambassador for UNICEF, visiting refugee camps in Somalia and Kenya. A hospital spokesman says Hepburn is now in fair condition and should be released in about 1 week. And that is the latest news. We'll continue to bring you up to date throughout the night. Right now, we return to the National Desk.
And we go up to Washington for the Capitol Gang.
Mark Shields, let's stop kidding around. This has all the earmarks of a big Democratic landslide, both for the presidency, for the Senate, maybe for the House. Are the American people saying 12 years of conservatism is enough? We want big government, more taxes, more interference in our lives?
Bob, I think you may have said it. You're half right. As usual, they've said 12 years is enough. And I think tonight is Bill Clinton's night. I mean, you've got to give the guy credit. This is a guy who just 5 months ago had a 15% favorable, 30% unfavorable rate, and the New York Times CBS poll was written off, dead meat politically, and he's scoring an enormous comeback tonight. And the Republicans, I'll tell you what they'll do. They'll make the big serious mistake they always do, Bob. They'll blame the candidate. It'll be all George Bush's fault, and they're wrong.
Yeah, they will blame him, and they're right.
They're right, absolutely. You've just heard what is going to be the conventional wisdom by tomorrow morning, namely that this is a rejection of conservatism. They'll call it the Reagan-Bush years that are being rejected. In point of fact, no. In point of fact, there was a huge difference between the Reagan years and the Bush years. Bush stood for nothing. Bush was the guy who went along with the Democrats, didn't have any program, and accordingly was rejected because he was nothing. He didn't stand for anything.
All right, Margaret Warner, what is the mandate?
I don't think there is a mandate for one particular form of government or not. I think the American public is very, very pragmatic. What they're saying is Bush's way didn't work. That's all. I don't think this is an ideological shift any more than 1980 was an ideological shift toward conservatism. And if Clinton can't perform, he's going to be held to the same standard.
You know, I've been on the phone all day today as the gloomy news came into Republicans, and in state after state, state after state, people said this was the worst run presidential campaign in memory. Do you dispute that?
Bob, let me just tell you, when you win a campaign, as Hamilton Jordan did in 1976 with Jimmy Carter, he had an IQ of 300. Okay? 4 years later, Jimmy Carter loses 44 of 50 states, and Hamilton Jordan's accused of having an IQ of room temperature. Hamilton Jordan happens to be a very able political person. You know, let's not invest winners with all this virtue and losers with all this money.
But you have to say, though, that when the top three issues to voters all happen to be Clinton issues, and when the top issue that George Bush tried to stress, family values of character, came in fourth at 14% in terms of interest to voters, there is something wrong with that
you're
strategy.
right, and that campaign was very poor. But you know, there's a huge irony here tonight, though, and that is that Bill Clinton, who ran as the candidate of change and who succeeded as the candidate of change, is bringing in to Washington, look at these names, John Glenn, Dale Bumpers, Richard Shelby, Wyche Fowler, Hollings, Dodd. I mean, this is the same old crowd. It is going to be business as usual with a vengeance in this city.
And so it isn't an anti-incumbent mood, it's an anti-Republican mood, isn't it?
George Bush was the incumbent, and Republicans paid dearly for it. I mean, there was no question about it. What we thought was essentially an anti-incumbent mood going into this did take on a strong partisan dimension.
You know what I can't understand, Mark, is why you say that they're going to beat up on the president. I mean, if you lose in politics, you get beat up on.
No, it isn't a question of getting beat up on, Bob. I mean, it's just, I think they make a mistake when you blame everything on the candidate. I mean, the fact of the matter is, Margaret's absolutely right. They had run out of ideas, they'd run out of energy, they're just out of touch, Bob.
Well,
and people
George Bush was out of ideas in 1988, though.
You supported him then.
Well, he was better than Clinton.
Some of us didn't, Mona.
He would have been better than Clinton as well, but that doesn't mean he was a man of ideas.
But do you think on the basis of of these results that President-elect Clinton, if that's what he is going to be, is going to go into those 100 days with a real head of steam for a lot of big government spending, big government taxation?
He has. I'll tell you what he has. If he looks like it's going to carry an enormous victory, if he's got 40 states states, Bob, then that is a mandate in itself, and he's got to define what that mandate stands for.
Okay, thank you, Mark. The Capitol Gang will be back in a couple hours with more. Now back to the news desk in Atlanta.
Thanks, Bob. We've got another state to call now. We are putting in Bill Clinton's column the state of Delaware.
Delaware, key border state, a very typical state for the entire country. Important Clinton victory symbolically because it says he bridges the gap between North and South. It's a little bit northern and a little bit southern.
Now the bottom line on the electoral vote count as of 3 minutes before the hour. Governor Clinton with 179, President Bush 28.
And Bernie, in the next hour, 11 states will close with 99 electoral votes. So we're going to see some real movement on this one.
We'll be right back. Pause now for cable stations to take a break.
The Empire State of New York goes into the Clinton column.
And 8 electoral votes in Colorado go to the governor from Arkansas.
CNN Election Night with Bernard Shaw and Catherine Cryer, with analysis from Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider.
Well, the polls have closed in the state of New York, the Empire State. 33 electoral votes now go into Bill Clinton's column. New York is the most Democratic of the large states in this country.
And another 8 go from
New York is the Empire State, second biggest state in the country, a big electoral prize, expected to go Democratic. It voted for Dukakis. It stayed in the Democratic column. 33 electoral votes.
Out west, Colorado, Governor Clinton has won those 8 electoral votes.
Bernie, Colorado has been Republican the last 6 elections. Perot led in July. Bill Clinton was 3rd when Ross Perot was in that race the first time around, and now he's the winner of Colorado.
Minnesota is the only state in the nation to vote Democratic every time since 1980. It does it again for Bill Clinton.
Of course, in the past, Minnesota's had some nominees on the ticket, like Walter Mondale. Earlier than that, Hubert Humphrey. It's one of the more liberal states. Voted Democratic before. It stayed Democratic tonight.
Out in New Mexico, Governor Clinton has won it 5 electoral votes.
New Mexico is part of the very, very solid Rocky Mountain base of the Republican Party. For the last 6 elections, this state of New Mexico has been Republican.
Boy, how's this for a record? Rhode Island has gone Democratic every year since 1960, except 1972.
Rhode Island, a very Democratic state. It's the most Catholic state in the country. And this is an interesting point. It is not since 1964 has a Democrat done this well in New England. When Johnson carried every New England state, now Bill Clinton has.
Nebraska has been won by President Bush.
Bernie, this is a GOP bastion for the last 25 years. It's also a state where they're quite happy with the Bush economics. It's the lowest unemployment in the nation at 3.2%. George Bush wins Nebraska.
Well, the polls have just closed in Louisiana. We recall the David Duke phenomenon in that state. It is still undecided.
Well, Louisiana is undecided. It's a real cockpit of politics in Louisiana. Famous politics. It has Catholic voters. It has Bible Belt voters. Has a lot of black voters and Cajun voters there. It's going to be a hard-fought state.
Can you believe Barry Goldwater's home state, Arizona, undecided?
George Bush said he was campaigning like Harry Truman. Well, this state has been Republican since Harry Truman in 1948. And they sent the Gipper, Ronald Reagan, into Arizona just last week, still undecided.
Well, since World War II, the state of South Dakota has only gone Democratic once. That state is still undecided.
Some important Democrats have come from South Dakota, however. Bob Kerrey started out running for president this year, carried the state. George McGovern, of course, from South Dakota. It's undecided at this point.
Also undecided, Wisconsin.
Bernie, this is a state where Ross Perot was ahead in first place when he was still in the race. It's a state that went for Dukakis in 1988, barely for Dukakis, now still undecided.
Well, Western region, a favorite of the Republicans, includes the state of Wyoming with 3 electoral votes. It's still undecided.
It's undecided now. If George Bush can't carry Wyoming, he's going to be in big trouble. This is a small state, but it is a real Western state that ought to be in the Republican column. We'll see.
Taking you quickly back to the South to check in on North Carolina, 14 electoral votes. This one is too close to call.
Bernie, North Carolina is a big military state, 6 major military bases, one of the most hawkish states in the country. Clinton making a big fight for North Carolina, which is a state that has traditionally been Republican the last 3 elections.
On a state that has been fought over quite critically, called a real battleground, the state of Ohio still too close to call.
Too close to call. It's still there. There's some hope for George Bush in Ohio, Florida, Texas, 3 big states that are running too close to call. He's really got to carry them all to have any hope, and the hopes are fading real fast.
32 big ones in Texas, still, as you say, too close to call.
The home state of Ross Perot, the resident state of George Bush, and the Democrats have never won the presidency without Texas since 1845 when Texas became a state.
All right, we've got 4 more undecided races. The state of Alabama, Kansas, Mississippi, and North Dakota still undecided.
Alabama, Kansas, Mississippi, North Dakota, all Republican states in the last election.
The bottom line number that really matters tonight. Governor Clinton has 239 electoral votes. President Bush, 28.
Well, folks, everybody can figure it out. That's 31 electoral votes from the going over the top, or 32.
It's getting close now. Just a couple more states, and we might have a new president.
And of course, we see that western region, including the big state of California, where Governor Clinton has done very well.
Well, we have some mammoth states that are still out on this one, of course. We haven't called Florida yet. We haven't called Texas yet. We haven't called California yet. The only one of the really major big 4 states that we have called is New York.
That's right. And California, of course, is the big prize, 54 electoral votes, by far the largest state. There was a kind of bi-coastal nature to this vote. The economy was in the worst trouble in the Northeast and on the West Coast. Clinton has done very well in the Northeast tonight. We'll see if he can do equally well on the West Coast, and he'll have this election sewn up.
Pardon me for laughing. We're also automated. We've got people around this great country of ours. We've got computers, backup computers. Have a correction to make on President Bush's electoral vote count. The computer failed to add something. President Bush has 33 electoral votes now. I had to chuckle at that.
And I said that Bob Kerrey is from South Dakota. That was a mistake, too. He's from Nebraska. He carried the state of South Dakota in the primaries.
The only one he won.
It's the only one he carried.
That's right.
All right, but with all those corrections totaled up, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Let's take a quick look at that back and forth race in New York between incumbent Republican Alphonse D'Amato. This is a close one.
State Attorney General Robert Abrams, Alphonse D'Amato, with very, very few votes in, and this run is too close to call. It's just too few votes in to call this race.
We have a call to make in Colorado's Senate race.
Ben Nighthorse Campbell, the open seat left by Tim Worth, a Democrat. That means that this seat will stay Democratic, and Ben Nighthorse Campbell will be the only Native American in the United States Senate.
Let's stay in the state of Colorado and take a look at the raw vote that has come in on the anti-gay rights proposition.
Well, the raw vote seems to be very small on this one so far, Bernie, but this is an item on the ballot that would ensure that homosexuals do not receive preferential treatment based on minority status. There are 2 of these initiatives on the ballot in the West, one in Oregon, one in Colorado. I guess we don't have a lot of votes to report on this.
Let's make a stop where we have a little more information, and let's go to Charles Feldman. I believe we have lost the signal. We'll check back in for that New York race in just a moment.
Well, we hope Mark Feldman will get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and we'll come back to him on that one.
All right. Well, I think we've got some exit polling to talk about. What have you got?
Yes, indeed. We can talk about some of the key races that have been won by Bill Clinton. Let's start with New York, and let's take a look at Jewish voters. 14% of New York's voters were Jewish, and as you can see, huge lead, almost 80% for Bill Clinton. Bush did poorly among more conservative Jews because they were concerned about his criticisms of Israel, and among liberal Jews who didn't agree with his positions on social issues and family values. Now, New York, let's look at the abortion issue. Among the 11% of voters who said abortion was important, as you can see, Clinton led. Now, in Pennsylvania, we saw before that among the minority of voters who said abortion was an important issue, they voted for Bush. But very different picture in New York. Those who said abortion was an important issue, that was clearly a pro-choice vote. Let's look at college graduates in New York. Very well-educated voters, 28% of the New York electorate. As you can see, this is very striking. They went heavily for Clinton, even though this is an educated, affluent group. Bush dropped 21 points among college graduates in the state of New York. And finally, in New York, we asked the voters of New York State, would you have preferred that the Democrats nominate Mario Cuomo rather than Bill Clinton? The answer, very clearly by 2-1, is no, and Bush and Clinton and Perot voters all agreed that Clinton was a better nominee than Mario Cuomo. Now let's switch to Colorado, which we've just declared for Bill Clinton. Here are the baby boom voters. 37% of the electorate, a very big group, aged 30 to 44. They stuck with the baby boom ticket of Clinton and Gore, a clear edge by 10 points for the Democrats. Then New Mexico, a very important state for Bill Clinton, Hispanic voters. This is the state with the largest representation of Hispanic or Latino voters, almost a quarter of the New Mexico vote. And they went 2-1 for Bill Clinton, a very important clue of how this new and growing Hispanic voters are going in this election.
Well, let's see how the voters in New York State are going in that very, very tight Senate race. Charles Feldman is at the headquarters of Senator Alphonse D'Amato in New York.
Yeah, Bernie, it is, as you've said, a very, very tight race, and the Democrats a little while ago decided they would try to do something about it. What did they do? They tried to get the Board of Elections here to keep the polls in New York City only open another hour. They normally close 9 o'clock. They wanted to keep it open until 10. That's because New York City has been considered all along to be a stronghold for the Democratic challenger, Robert Abrams, the New York State Attorney General. Well, that did not work. The Republican Party very quickly tried to fight it. They won, and only minutes ago, a New York State Supreme Court justice denied the motion by the Democrats to keep the polls open another hour. You may hear a lot of chanting behind me. That's a very enthusiastic crowd, despite the closeness of this race. Enthusiastic for Alphonse D'Amato, and they're shouting 6 more years for the senator. Whether he gets 6 more years is something yet to be seen. Charles Feldman, CNN, reporting live from D'Amato campaign headquarters in Manhattan.
Thanks, Charles. We're looking at 239 electoral votes right now for Bill Clinton.
Getting very close.
Bill Clinton.
270 is the magic number for a new president.
And down in Little Rock, Arkansas, people are waiting. They sense that it's just a matter of time. If these trends continue, they sense that the man who's had the title of governor very shortly, if this trend continues, will have a different title.
This is the old State House in Little Rock, Bernie, and this is where Bill Clinton announced his presidential campaign, stood with Hillary and with his daughter, Chelsea, and said that he wanted to make this country a better place for his daughter. Not only did he say that, but Tom Harkin said that when he announced, Bob Kerrey said that when he announced. It was a common theme among all the Democrats in the primaries in those early days.
All right, well, let's check and see how events are playing out in the West. Gene Randall is standing by. Gene?
Well, Catherine, as you have reported, polls have closed now in Arizona and Colorado. Let's take a look first at Arizona. Republican incumbent John McCain is winning a second term in the Senate, the victor over his 2 opponents, Democrat Claire Sargent, community activist from Phoenix, and independent Evan Mecham, the former governor who was impeached. So McCain survives his association with disgraced savings and loan operator Charles Keating. Arizona voters today had some important ballot questions to consider. They're apparently approving a Martin Luther King holiday. Arizona now is the only state without one. It was rejected 2 years ago. Exit polls indicate it will pass this time. There is also a measure that would forbid the use of public funds for abortion except to save the life of a mother in Arizona. That appears to be headed for defeat. Term limits, born in the West, will pass in Arizona, one of 6 western states where the issue is being decided. In Colorado, in the Senate race, Democrat Ben Nighthorse Campbell is headed for victory over Republican Terry Considine, a well-financed former state senator. Campbell is a Native American. He is winning the seat being vacated by Democrat Tim Wirth. Campbell ran on the economy and was endorsed by the Ross Perot organization in the state. That could have been important. He also was very close to the Bill Clinton campaign. He had to be helped by Clinton's performance in Colorado. There is also an anti-gay rights ballot question, which we will watch very closely in Colorado. And that's the latest from the West. Back to the national desk.
Terry Considine, the fellow who we reported losing that Senate race in Colorado, could be considered the father of term limits in this country in a big way. It started in Colorado, it passed in Colorado last time, and Considine was the author of the bill and a state senator in Colorado. He lost his U.S. Senate race tonight, but term limits will carry all over this country. in this election.
Well, certainly we have yet to see the polls close 10 p.m., 11 p.m. across the West. Looking at the inroads the Democrats have made in parts of the South, in the Northeast, what do you think about the West, Bill?
Well, the West is going to be very important. California is that key block of electoral votes. But let's take a look at just a couple of things from the exit polls so far. Bill Clinton is leading among white voters nationwide by a narrow margin, 42 to 39. Now, he would be the first Democrat to carry white voters in this country nationwide since 1964. Clinton also is doing very well among older voters across the country. Voters over 60 are giving him a solid majority of the vote. That seems to be both Democratic partisanship and a very pessimistic mood about the economy among older voters.
And we remind all of those voters out there in the West, we're here waiting to report your results, so please get out and vote.
You see the map behind us, the Midwest. Let's check in with Deborah Potter at that desk. Deborah?
Well, Bernie, in the Midwest, another survivor of the Keating 5 scandal. In Ohio, we were able to call a winner in the Senate race. This was John Glenn's race, and he has won, apparently, according to CNN estimates, his race over Mike DeWine, the lieutenant governor. Now, Glenn was tarred with the Keating 5 scandal, but it did not hurt him, apparently, in the outcome. In South Dakota, another winner, Senator Tom Daschle, elected to his second term in the Senate, beating Charlene Harr, the only Republican woman who ran for the Senate this year. She was a former state party chairwoman and basically a sacrificial lamb in that race. In Wisconsin, the polls have just closed, and the Senate race we are watching there pits Bob Caston, seeking his third term, against Russ Feingold, a state senator. Russ Feingold, a surprise Democratic nominee, much the way Carol Moseley Braun was. He rushed in to win the Democratic primary in a three-person race when the other two candidates beat each other up so badly. The polls, again, just closed in Wisconsin. No results there. In Missouri, where the polls have been closed for a while, the Senate race is too close to call. We are showing, with just a few votes, 13% of the precincts reporting Senator Kit Bond with 45% of the vote, and Democrat Jerry Rothman Surratt, a St. Louis County councilwoman, with 55% of the vote. But again, those are only a few precincts reporting. The race itself is too close to call. In Illinois, history in the making in the Senate race there. Carol Moseley Braun has become the first black woman to win election to the U.S. Senate. She defeated Rich Williamson, according to CNN estimates. He's a wealthy Republican lawyer who was in the Reagan administration. One of the problems for Carol Moseley Braun in that race, she ran into problems with the way she handled her family's finances. And voters were asked, did that make them doubt her honesty? 55% of the voters said yes, 41% said no. But Carol Moseley Braun won 1/3 of the voters who said they doubted her honesty. And apparently she has sailed to victory in the Senate race. And that's the situation now in the Midwest. Back to the national desk.
Thanks, Deborah. In a state that George Bush has certainly been waiting to hear from, was too close to call, we can now make a call in Virginia. It does go to President Bush.
And I am a native Virginian, and proudly so. This is one of the more conservative southern states, Virginia. It stayed in the Republican column. This is the southern state that did not vote for Jimmy Carter in 1976. It is a core Republican state in the South, and it has stayed Republican tonight.
And yet has a Democratic governor.
A Democratic governor. It used to be solidly Democratic, then it was solidly Republican. Now it appears to have stayed Republican.
Well, it's three straight Democratic governors, as a matter of fact.
This is where the count is, the electoral count is right now. Governor Clinton, 239 electoral votes. George Bush, 46. We will be back with more coverage on this election night in a moment.
Welcome back. Ken Bodie, President Bush cannot be very happy right now.
Well, he can't be very happy right now because when you look at that electoral college map, you see that Bill Clinton and Al Gore are moving against the Republican bloc in the South. They're breaking up the Republican bloc in the mountain states. They're winning the suburban vote tonight, and consequently, this is shaping up as a very different electoral map than we've seen for the last 6 elections.
That's right. The Republican presidential majority was built on the so-called Sun Belt coalition that included the South and the western states. But Bill Clinton has split the South with George Bush. A couple of major southern states, Georgia, Tennessee, Arkansas, went to Clinton. Virginia, South Carolina to Bush. West also splitting up. in the
All
election.
right, let's take a look at some of the races that are too close to call at this time. The big state of Florida, 25 electoral votes out there.
Yes, this is a key prize. Bush is only narrowly ahead. It's still too close to call.
In North Carolina, again.
Sorry, Bernie. North Carolina is a state with a lot of population growth, a state that's been traditionally Republican, and a state that elected a Democratic senator this time, but still undecided.
Boy, hotly contested in those last several weeks. The state of Ohio still too close.
This was a battleground. It still is. Both campaigns worked hard here, and it's too close.
In Alabama, the story again too close.
Last 3 elections, Alabama has been Republican, part of the solid South, except for Jimmy Carter's election. Not necessarily tonight.
I'm sure disappointing to the Republicans they can't call this state, the state of Kansas.
When Kansas is too close to call, the Republicans have got to be in big trouble.
I suppose you could say ditto for Mississippi and its 7 electoral votes.
Yes, it's leaning GOP, leaning Republican at the end, but very, very close. Still can't call it.
And a repeat for the state of North Dakota.
Yes, North Dakota, Bush is running ahead, but it's still too close to call. The Farm Belt may be also lost to the Republicans this year if North Dakota goes to Clinton.
32 big electoral votes in Texas, and this state is still TCTC.
Well, the Democrats don't win the presidency if they don't win Texas, but this is Ross Perot's home state. It's George Bush's home state. It was a very, very competitive state right to the end and remains a very tough one to call.
Well, Arizona hasn't voted for a Democrat for president since 1948. At this point, it's undecided.
Undecided, which means we don't have enough information rather than too close to call.
Same story in Louisiana, 9 electoral votes to undecided.
The Democratic Party in Louisiana was very unified this year, and part of the reason they said, was they're tired of Republican U.S. attorneys prosecuting Democrats in Louisiana.
In the state of South Dakota, undecided as well.
Not enough information there yet, but South Dakota is another Farm Belt state. We'll see how the farm voters are going to go this year.
We haven't forgotten Wisconsin. The story is still unchanged at this hour. 11 electoral votes.
This was a Dukakis state in 1988. It was a very competitive state. Bill Clinton, George Bush, both campaigned in Wisconsin very late, and it's still too close to call in the Midwest.
And Wyoming was there for Bush in '88. It's still undecided.
That's James Baker's home state now. He's moved to Wyoming. We'll see if he's going to move back to Wyoming or stay in Washington, depending on what the outcome is tonight.
And wherever you are, if your polls are still open, we hope you will vote tonight. Remember, you have a voice when you vote. And if you're just joining CNN's all-night coverage, Governor Bill Clinton is this close. He has 239 electoral votes. President Bush has 46.
Well, and looking at the division there, we're moving into the West. We're starting to get polls closed. Let's see, it's 9:30. We'll have a group of states at 10, then on at 11 o'clock. What are you reading in the states in the West?
Well, in the states in the West, of course, we're just beginning to get the results in, and there's some critical races out there, including those key Senate votes in California. I'll tell you one thing that came out of the exit polls. We asked people, was the choice of vice presidential running mate very important to you in deciding how to vote? And 28% of the voters nationwide said it was, and 2/3 of them voted for Bill Clinton, only 28% for George Bush. That's an indication that Al Gore was clearly a big plus for the Democratic ticket. Those voters who said the vice president was important voted heavily Democratic.
We are going to declare a winner in South Carolina's Senate race. Longtime incumbent, Fritz Hollings, the winner.
Ernest Fritz Hollings. If there is an anti-incumbent mood in the voters shaping up, it is not taking place in the Senate tonight. This is yet another incumbent that is reelected.
All right, much more to come. We'll be right back.
With polls closed in 39 states and the District of Columbia, Democrat Bill Clinton has opened a commanding electoral lead over President George Bush. He is well within striking distance of that magic number 270. The Democratic standard-bearer and his running mate Al Gore, both sons of the South, have loosened the longtime Republican lock on Dixie, scoring wins in Georgia, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Well, and in the East, the plum states of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, they've tumbled into the Clinton column. The Democratic duo has also triumphed in New Hampshire and Vermont, both traditionally GOP turf.
4 years ago, George Bush rode to victory with a 40-state win. At the moment, he's scrambling 4 states. The incumbent's biggest electoral takes to this hour, Virginia and Dan Quayle's home state of Indiana. Florida and Texas Republican must-wins in virtually every scenario remain up in the air.
And according to exit polls from across the country, people are casting their ballots based primarily on pocketbook concerns.
Now to the South and Bonnie Anderson.
It's been a night of very tight races in the South, but right now we are able to call Wyche Fowler the winner in the Georgia Senate race. The freshman senator defeated Paul Coverdell, the former Peace Corps director, a race that drew extremely close in the final weeks after Coverdell publicized statements Fowler made years ago that he bounced checks at the House bank. And as we reported just moments ago, the suspense is over in the South Carolina Senate race. Ernest Hollings has defeated Tommy Hartnett. The 26-year incumbent had been targeted by the GOP since he voted against the Gulf War. It was an extremely hotly contested race. Now, there is still a very close Senate race up for grabs at this hour. We do have some vote counts, but our exit poll data suggests these races are still too close to call. In the North Carolina Senate race, the battle continues between incumbent Terry Sanford and Locke Faircloth. This is seen as a GOP takeover possibility. Now, going into tonight, the South had 5 black members of Congress. That number has already doubled. Among the black candidates who've won, James Clyburn in South Carolina's 6th congressional district. He becomes South Carolina's first black congressman this century. And in Georgia's 11th congressional district, Cynthia McKinney wins in a new black majority district that stretches 250 miles and is 60% black. Other winners tonight. In North Carolina, former Governor Jim Hunt will be the state's next governor, defeating Jim Gardner in the meanest, most personal political campaign in the state's history, according to analysts. In Arkansas, incumbent Dale Bumpers is the winner over Mike Huckabee, a Baptist minister. Bumpers is an outspoken liberal. He'll return to Capitol Hill for a 4th term. And in the Oklahoma Senate race, Republican incumbent Don Nichols has won a 3rd term, defeating former State House Speaker Steve Lewis. In Kentucky, Wendell Ford has won a 4th term in the Senate race, soundly defeating David Williams. Now, back to the national desk.
Well, thanks, Bonnie. Well, in the states that we've seen thus far, what happened to the anti-incumbent mood?
Well, you know, we asked the voters around the country if they agreed with the statement that government would work better in this country if all new people were elected this year. Now, 51% of the voters nationwide agreed with that. Only 44% disagreed. And they're voting for term limits, but those are cheap sentiments. Are they voting for incumbents or for challengers? They're not turning very many incumbents out. We can see that in the Senate races. So far, not one incumbent senator has lost. And in fact, 60% of the people who said it would be better to elect all new people to government still voted for their incumbent in the House of Representatives. How about that?
You have one new face so far in the Senate who has not been in the Congress, and that's Carol Moseley Braun. One analyst in the Washington Post last Sunday said there would be 1,800 years of seniority lost in this congressional election alone. If that's the case, you're going to have to find it all in the House, guys.
I wonder what they're doing down at Ross Perot's headquarters in Dallas. Let's check in with Tony Clark and see what he's got to report. Tony?
Bernie, it may be a little bit hard to hear me. In fact, if you look around, you can see the crowd, the band playing here. It is it's a celebration here, although across town at Ross Perot's home, that's where he is. He is having dinner with family, friends, Admiral Stockdale, his vice presidential running mate. We were told just a short time ago that the group over at Mr. Perot's home isn't watching the returns, but rather they are talking about the impact the Texas billionaire has had on this race. They say his legacy may be that he elevated the presidential debate this year, that he showed that someone who is non-affiliated with either of the parties can have an impact. And they also say, as we have been able to look at the polls coming in, the exit polls and the projections for his showing, if he gets in the mid-teens, the 15 to 19% that we're seeing in some states, they say that will be a victory. Already Orson Swindle, the head of his organization, United We Stand America, said, come tomorrow, regardless of what happens in this election, the organization won't go away. They will be a force to be contended with. Ross Perot should be here probably between 10 and 10:30 Eastern Time, and that's what everyone here is waiting for. Back to the National Desk.
Well, thanks, Tony. Not too far away, but in Texas terms across the state, we're going to go down to Houston, check in with a picture at the Galleria Ballroom, where President Bush's supporters have gathered to await remarks from the president at some point this evening.
Houston is where the president started his political career as a county chairman, went to Congress for a couple of terms from Houston, had his convention in Houston this time, and keeps a hotel suite in Houston as a residence.
And over to Arkansas, in Little Rock, a place where if you're in this area, in this city, in this ballroom, you have a pretty hot ticket because people are anticipating victory.
Yeah, Bernie, I think they're also anticipating a hurricane there tonight. I know they have a hurricane warning.
That was earlier in the
tornado warning.
That was earlier in the
Some have
evening.
said they expect as many as 30,000 people to be celebrating outside the State House there in Little Rock tonight.
Yes. Bill Clinton kept his campaign located in Little Rock to demonstrate that he was from outside of Washington.
Well, much more to come in this election night reporting, and we'll be right back. Throughout this political year, our one-man truth squad, Brooks Jackson, has been tracking the candidates' commercials and their finances. He's standing by now in Washington. Brooks?
Catherine, in any presidential race, there are a lot of winners and losers that aren't on the ballot. They're the people who put money down on the presidential race, who back the candidates, who back the political parties. We asked the National Library on Money and Politics to calculate for us where those special interest contributions were going. And we took a combination of the money given to the presidential primaries of Bill Clinton and George Bush to the political parties, from executives of various industries, from political action committees, and from the companies themselves. Here's what we found. The pro-Clinton industries, those industries that broke for the Democrats or for Clinton's primary, included lawyers and lobbyists. 56% of their money went to Clinton or to the Democratic Party. That included the Trial Lawyers Association. You heard a lot about that from George Bush during the campaign. He said Bill Clinton is in the trial lawyers' pocket. And indeed, 89% of their money did go to Bill Clinton and the Democrats. Labor unions, political action committees primarily, their money 98% to the Democrats and to Bill Clinton. Hollywood money, TV and movie production people, almost $2 million, 85% of that to the Democrats. Not surprising, because you heard Dan Quayle throughout this campaign waging war on Hollywood, said Hollywood just didn't get it. Pro-Bush industries, there were a lot more of them than there were pro-Clinton industries. Finance, real estate, Wall Street, more than $20 million, and 73% of that to George Bush and the Republican Party. Energy, chiefly oil and gas, which was George Bush's industry when he was in business, 78% to George Bush and the Republicans. The healthcare industry, doctors didn't like what they were hearing from Bill Clinton about the need for government cost controls on health care, 2/3 of their contributions to Bush and the Republicans. Next, agribusiness, 77% to the Republicans, including tobacco money, the biggest contingent of that, 2/3 of that to the Republicans. Beer, wine, and liquor went overwhelmingly to George Bush and the Republicans. Next, we see the automobile industry, 91% to George Bush. He was constantly harping throughout the campaign on Bill Clinton's support for higher mileage standards. The auto industry didn't like what they heard from Clinton. They liked what they heard from George Bush. The chemical industry, the president referred to Al Gore as Mr. Ozone. The chemical industry liked what they were hearing from President Bush, 81% of their money to the president and to his party. Surprisingly, perhaps, military contractors didn't give a whole lot, and that went marginally to the Republicans. Now, looking at congressional campaign spending, one of the things we know for sure is that in past years, Spending had leveled off in Congress, chiefly because there wasn't much competition. But this year, we have already reached $445 million, as much as was spent last year, and that was 3 weeks before the election. We're projecting well over $600 million going to candidates for the House and Senate in this election year, the most expensive congressional elections by far. And Catherine, one of the things that we'll be trying to keep track of tonight and report on later, or perhaps tomorrow, will be who is financing those congressional races. Will the new Congress be more or less beholden to special interest than the last Congress? Catherine?
Brooks, one for each camp. Tort reform is a question I have about the Democrats. They were giving money, the trial lawyers, to Bill Clinton. That was a big issue for the Republicans. And on the other side, finance and real estate industry giving a lot of money to President Bush, asked questions about the S&L crisis, about the banking industry in this country. What happens to both of those major issues?
Well, Bill Clinton's stated position on tort reform is practically identical with the position of the Trial Lawyers Association. You won't be hearing from Bill Clinton what you heard from George Bush: let's stop all those crazy lawsuits. You're just not going to hear that unless Bill Clinton does a pretty big turnaround on that issue. As to the banking industry, as to S&Ls, a very small amount of that finance and real estate money came from S&Ls. There just aren't many S&L executives left, apparently. A lot of it did come from banks. And that's a big question mark. Both Bill Clinton and George Bush have said that the banking system is basically sound. A lot of people think it's not basically sound. And it's going to be a big question, really, what Bill Clinton does about it. There are some underlying problems in the banking industry that a lot of people think need to be dealt with. On the other hand, banks are making record profits at the moment, chiefly because of low interest rates.
All right, Brooks Jackson, thanks very much. And our coverage continues right after this. I think electronics governs our lives, certainly in this industry. And we had a little computer glitch a while ago talking about the state of Maine and its electoral count.
Yes, Catherine, let me explain an interesting variation in the way some of the states count their electoral votes. There are two states, Maine and Nebraska, that divide their electoral vote count by congressional district. Every congressional district gets one electoral vote, and if you carry the state of Maine, you get an additional 2 electoral votes. Maine has a total of 2 congressional districts. That gives it 4 electoral votes. Now, Maine, the whole state, was won by Bill Clinton, and earlier we awarded all 4 Maine electoral votes to Governor Clinton, to the Democrats. But in fact, one of the 2 congressional districts in Maine is now too close to call. It's a very close race up there between Ross Perot and Bill Clinton. So we can only award 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes to Governor Clinton, 2 because he carried the state, and 1 because he carried one of Maine's congressional districts. The other one must be left undecided. It could go to Ross Perot or Bill Clinton. Indeed, it could be Ross Perot's first electoral vote of the evening. So therefore, our current electoral vote count is 238 votes for Clinton, 46 for George Bush.
I can't resist this. This could mean that one elector going to Ross Perot, he'd be the $60 million elector, right?
Right.
South Carolina Democrat Ernest Fritz Hollings won the right to go back to Washington. He's a happy man. Some of his critics have called him a very stubborn man, and he doesn't care generally what you think about him. Let's go down to Columbia, South Carolina. He's standing right behind this man who's prepared to introduce him.
Fritz Hollings.
Yes, Fritz Hollings.
Fritz Hollings has a marvelous Charleston accent. Ted Kennedy, fellow senator, once said he's the only non-English speaker in the Senate.
What we've noticed tonight is a lot of these Southern Democratic Senate seats are up for grabs. Well, this is a class of Southern Democratic senators that have swung back and forth over the years. In 1980, the South lost a lot of these Senate seats to the Republicans. In 1986, 6 years ago, a lot of those Senate seats went back to the Democrats. And tonight, the Democrats are fighting to hold on to them. They've held on to South Carolina. As we can see, Fritz Hollings has been reelected. We'll see what happens in North Carolina and others.
Earlier this evening, I turned on that TV over there, at WIS, and they had Houghton at 52, Hollings 48. And I hadn't made a concession speech recently, and the best I could think of is the people of South Carolina finally made me an outsider. Then I remember the Virginia game with our good team, Clemson, come back, and only 50% of this game, the first half, has been played. Is that right?
That's right.
Tommy hadn't conceded yet, has he, Governor?
No, it takes him 2 days.
Huh?
It takes him 2 days.
Takes him 2 days to get. He got to wait for Washington to tell him.
That's right. There's no more Washington now.
That's right. Well, your heart goes out on an occasion of this to you, right here. There's no question about it. All the friends all over the state, Tom Mulliken got them organized. We got somebody in every precinct. I can see them even with these bright lights in my eyes, and they're the ones that spread the word that went against this onslaught. The onslaught in this state obviously has been very, very difficult. And I want everybody to understand it. We saw this a couple of years ago, even more than that, because our state has been Republican and been in the Republican ranks, still in the Republican ranks. The rest of the country's sweeping Clinton into national office. That's the reason.
Well, let's go now to the east and our man Frank Sesno.
Thanks, Bernie. Well, what we're trying to do in the East is give you a sense not only of what's happening with some of the individual races, but what is happening with some of the trends, and they're interesting and they explain a lot. Let us start, though, with a gubernatorial race in the state of Rhode Island, where the Democratic incumbent, Bruce Sutherland, is beating ahead of Elizabeth Leonard. A Democratic incumbent, he was in trouble because of the state's credit and SNL's problems. He apparently has pulled it out. Now we go, though, and we looked into some of the exit polling. Across New England, the economy has been the principal issue, of course. And we were looking at how some of the voters who came out of the ballot and ballot boxes, voting places, were casting their votes. In New Hampshire, for example, which went for Bill Clinton, first time for a Democrat since 1964, 44% of the voters in the state of New Hampshire said the economy was poor. Of that 44% who said the economy was poor, nearly 3/4 of them cast their votes for Bill Clinton. It explains a lot, and we see it in Connecticut and Vermont and Maine, across the states in New England. It explains why the Republicans have lost their traditional edge there. Looking over to the New Hampshire governor race, however, it also shows that New Englanders are still capable of splitting their ticket, because Steve Merrill leads Arnie Arneson, the Democrat, at this current time. And we move on to some House races now. In Pennsylvania, Peter Kosmaier, the Democrat, the incumbent, appears to be in trouble. Not the least of his problems, 50 bounced checks. On to Maine, the 2nd district there. Olympia Snowe, the incumbent, may also be in trouble behind Pat McGowan. And off to Massachusetts, where Nick Mavroulis sits under a 17-count indictment. He seems to be in some trouble against Peter Torkelson. Off to Vermont now, where the governor's race has been decided. Governor Howard Dean, a physician, winning that race. And not surprisingly, just a few minutes ago, he had some comments on the issue of health care.
We have an administration in Washington for the first time in 12 years that's going to be interested in health care. The fight for decent health care for everybody in the United States of America is not over. It starts tonight, and I can't tell you how proud I am of all of you who have put Vermont in the lead of the United States of America in guaranteeing universal health care for every man, woman, and child.
The issue of health care is not only on the governor's mind in the state of Vermont. Over in the state of Pennsylvania, we took a look at some of the exit polls to see how health care was playing there. It is playing quite big, and it is playing for Governor Clinton. And now let's go back to the national desk.
All right.
right, well, let's see how the balance of power is doing there on Capitol Hill. Bob Franke?
Well, first of all, I think what is instructive about what we're finding in the United States Senate is that many of the rascals are not being thrown out. As a matter of fact, of the incumbents whose races have been determined this evening, there have been 15 of these incumbent races, and so far all 15 incumbents have won. In addition, 3 Democratic newcomers have been added to the United States Senate. They all take over Democratic seats. Among those is Carol Moseley Braun from Illinois, who becomes the first black woman to become a member of the United States Senate, and she is one of 11 women who is running for the Senate right now. There are 3 in the Senate. She becomes the newest addition to the Senate from her gender. In the House of Representatives, we have 106 women running for membership in the House of Representatives. Currently, there are 28 female members of the House. Moving on to some of the governor's races, this is particularly important with the new Clinton administration because governors, of course, are the ranks of governors is where Clinton comes from, and so far the Democrats have had a net plus of 3 among governors' races. There are 12 races all in all. Right now there's a 6-6 split, but the Democrats are a +3. It should be pointed out that a Republican won in New Hampshire. He won against a woman, so this has not entirely been the night of the woman. Now, as far as going back to the Congress again and the Senate, it looks like there is a stronger possibility that there will be some net gains in the United States Senate for the Democrats. 2 of the Republicans' best hopes have not worked out. That was in Ohio, where John Glenn won a hard-fought victory against Michael DeWine, and Fritz Hollings, as we just saw, won in South Carolina. Those were 2 possibilities for the Republicans. Possible Democratic takeovers could come in Pennsylvania, Oregon, California, Wisconsin. These are all Republican seats that are strong possibilities to go to the Democrats. The Democrats are looking for 3 more seats. They have 57 right now in the Senate. They'd like to get to 60 so they could have the mythical filibuster-proof majority. Right now, let's go back to the national desk.
Thank you, Bob Franken. And CNN is now declaring the state of Louisiana has gone to Governor Bill Clinton with its 9 electoral votes.
Well, that gives Bill Clinton, he's really within striking distance now. Louisiana gave Michael Dukakis 4 years ago his best showing in the South, and it was still 10 points below what George Bush got. Bush carried Louisiana last time. Really an indication of what kind of a new day it is.
And how close is he? Let's take a look at the electoral count. 247 electoral votes now for Bill Clinton, 46 for President Bush.
And that puts Bill Clinton just 23 votes shy of a victory of becoming next president of the United States. It looks extremely unlikely that George Bush can pull this off. Just about any of the remaining medium or large states will give victory to Bill Clinton
Florida
tonight.
or Texas puts him over.
Or California, if he carries California later tonight. That's 54 electoral votes. Clinton only needs 23, and all the polls in California have been showing Clinton running far ahead of George
Just to
Bush.
clarify, I did say 247, but I think that our graphic still showed 238, so it is 247 with the addition of Louisiana.
That's right. With Louisiana added in, 247. You need 270 to win. That's 23 votes more. Bill Clinton becomes president-elect. California is a big state yet to come. Texas, Florida.
And as we approach 10 o'clock, we've got Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah. All of those polls will be closing at 10 o'clock. We're going to take a cable break right now. We'll be right back. The polls have closed in the state of Idaho. It now goes in George Bush's column.
George Bush going for 5 electoral votes in Utah. He has won that state.
CNN Election Night with Bernard Shaw and Catherine Cryer, with analysis from Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider.
And the pendulum is moving from east to Midwest to west now as we continue with our coverage tonight, Ken Bodie.
We're in that western block.
Idaho.
Idaho, a state for the last 6 elections, has been Republican with margins of up to 72%. The 7th election in a row, Idaho goes for a Republican nominee, George Bush, the winner.
In Utah, the state of Utah has only gone for Democrats twice since 1945. It stays with George Bush.
This was George Bush's best state in 1988. He got 2/3 of the vote. Ronald Reagan got 3/4 of the vote. This is a core Republican state, probably the most Republican in the country. Heavily Mormon, stays Republican.
Let's go up to Iowa now. We are declaring that Governor Bill Clinton has won Iowa's 17 electoral votes.
Well, Iowa has only 7, Bernie, electoral votes, but it's a...
Did I say 17?
Yeah, you said 17.
Pardon
Iowa's
me.
got 7. That's in the... and that was the Dukakis state in 1988 as well.
And there are 3 in the state of Montana, and it's undecided just where those 3 will go.
Undecided means we don't have enough information yet. It's a Rocky Mountain state, and we'll see if Clinton can continue to make inroads into the West.
Nevada. Right now, Nevada, with its 4 electoral votes, undecided.
Well, Nevada is a traditionally Republican state, one the Republicans can normally count on, and we'll see. The polls are just closed out there, what happens in Nevada.
And of course, to voters out in the West, those polls are still open. We encourage you to keep voting. And as we make that encouragement, let's take a look at the electoral count as it stands now.
That's exactly what I have on my pad. 254 for Governor Bill Clinton. He's getting closer and closer every second, it seems. 55 for President Bush.
That's 16 votes shy of the majority of 270 needed to elect a new president. George Bush is clearly on the ropes. He's carried a smattering of southern and western states, 1 midwestern state. He's going to have to carry every single state that is either undecided or too close to call, just about, to win this election.
Well, the Democrats have really redrawn the electoral map tonight, haven't they?
They certainly have.
They're winning in the Mountain West, they're winning in the South, they're winning in New England, they're winning in the suburbs, the battleground Midwestern states, Missouri and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Illinois, so forth, states where the Republicans have locked up their totals are now slipping to the Democrats.
And it seems the Democrats tonight are winning on the issues. The argument about trust and character versus who can do the best job with the economy.
Well, you've seen one of the old maxims in presidential politics is you may have to move to the far right or the far left during a primary to pull in those voters to support you in a primary, but you've got to move back and moderate for a general election. We remember the convention in Houston, the Patrick Buchanans and the very conservative movement that took over. Looks like it may have hurt the president.
It may well have. 2/3 of the voters in today's polling said that they disapproved of the job that George Bush is doing in managing the economy. That appears to be the controlling issue. Remember, 1 year ago, George Bush was riding high in the polls. He scared off a lot of Democrats who didn't want to run. Well, only 8% of the voters in today's election nationwide said they were concerned about foreign policy. That's the Gulf War. Now, they went overwhelmingly for George Bush, but only 8% were concerned about foreign policy in this election. How quickly things change in a year.
There's a song called Back Home Again in Indiana. Herb Schreiner used to talk about that on his old television show. The vice president...
Are we going to sing it?
Well, no, we can't. We'll sing it later on. The vice president went home to Indiana to vote and to watch the election night results. Mary Tillotson is covering the Quayle campaign. Mary?
Bernie, this is one of those states that has been solidly in the Bush-Quayle column for some time, with the early return showing just how few such states there are. Someone was just telling me that they can't hear me over the crowd. This may look like a victory celebration, but with the early return showing Indiana is one of the very few states solidly in President Bush's column, it is really more in the way of an Irish wait. Vice President Quayle himself is to be here about an hour from now, a little after 11 o'clock, to thank his supporters. His staffers say that he feels good about the way he's campaigned this year, particularly in comparison to 1988 when he took such a bruising. And as you can hear the crowd saying, they see this not as the end of Dan Quayle's political career, but perhaps the beginning of a race for 1996. Some of the vice president's staff are already wearing buttons saying Quayle in 96. One theory among those staffers is that what Republicans ran into this year was a wave of anti-incumbent feeling. The theory trying to make the best of a bad situation is that if Quayle loses tonight, he will carry no baggage of incumbency into 1996. That may just be taking lemons and trying to make lemonade, but it also bears some validity that the last day of the 1992 campaign is in effect the first day of 1996's campaign for president. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live with the Bush-Quayle campaign, Indianapolis.
Well, Mary, it sounds like there's a lot of activity there, regardless of the mood, and we've got much more election coverage to come. We'll be right back. Twice in the last 60 years, the elected incumbents have been turned out of office. 1980 with President Carter, 1932 with President Hoover, due mainly to economic issues. If George Bush loses this election, it seems very similar to those two.
Absolutely, and Bill Clinton ought to take a lesson from that. If you let the economy deteriorate under your presidency, Republican like Hoover, Democrat like Carter, Republican like George Bush, you're going to be in deep trouble. When the economy is bad, the economy is the issue, and the voters are going to turn you out. Clinton did something very interesting today. He carried every income group in the country in the national polling, except for the very rich, those who earn over $75,000 a year. What that means is that he is a new kind of Democrat who managed to reassure those critical middle-income voters that he was a safe alternative, and they voted for him.
Let's see what's happening at the Clinton-Gore headquarters. Our man Mike Capps is there. Mike?
Well, Bernie, the celebration has already started here. The question remains what kind of a vice president Al Gore will be. It's important to note that early on, Bill Clinton has said that he would include Mr. Gore in many of his decisions. So I think you'll see a Gore vice presidency that will be much more active, much more visible, if you will, than Dan Quayle was. It's also important to note that Gore himself sees himself as a much more energetic individual, a much more high-profile individual, I believe. And I think you'll see him in more of a visible role. And also, don't forget, this is a man who has said he takes great pride in being known for his environmental stances. He jokes about that. He jokes about the fact that he's been called the ozone man by the president. And he's joked about it continually, but he takes great pride in his environmental stance. So the environment and more visibility is the kind of man, the kind of vice president I think you'll see Al Gore be.
Gore got up early and spent an hour on his daily morning jog. He told reporters he had a special feeling about this day. Later, when he and wife Tipper voted at an elementary school near their Carthage, Tennessee home, Gore did no campaigning, of course, not wanting to violate electioneering laws. But he did tell elementary school children that it's important they become a part of the political process by first learning about it in school, then becoming involved themselves once they reach voting age. For the entire day, Gore has been extremely relaxed. He and staff members played some football on the tarmac at the Nashville airport before heading to Little Rock late this afternoon. And the optimism has continued this evening. Gore has attended several parties in Little Rock, and he plans to watch election return.
See the podium there?
And through it all, Gore has remained extremely optimistic and extremely happy and continues to say that Americans are ready for a change. Back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Mike Capps. Of course, we remind you, as we've been pointing out to everyone, the fat lady has not finished singing. Right now, the electoral count shows that Governor Clinton has 254 electoral votes, the magic number 270. President Bush has 55.
There's some industrial groups in this country that were very interested in Mike Capps' report that Al Gore, if he becomes vice president, will be responsible for environmental policy in the Clinton-Gore administration. I think that's what some of them were quite afraid of in the course of this campaign.
You know, a lot of people said that when Clinton put Gore on the ticket, he was pursuing a Southern strategy, but Clinton is a Southerner. He didn't need any help from Al Gore in the South. Gore has a very strong environmental commitment, and that's a policy, an issue that sells very well in the suburbs, and we see it in the results tonight. According to our exit polling, the suburbs are going for Bill Clinton by 44 to 36%. Gore probably helped a great deal with his commitment to environmental protection.
All right, but we're going to take a short break. We can see Ross Perot's headquarters there in the back of his head. We'll hear what he has to say right after this.
Well, it looks like another great business day, and it's all coming down on lucky old you. So the last thing you need to worry about is printing. All you really need to do is call Sir Speedy, the nation's leading business printers. From design and typesetting to color printing and binding, Sir Speedy will handle the whole job. And when it's done, you'll think things are finally looking up. Sir Speedy, the business printers, the right impression every time.
Even with the best products, something goes wrong once in a while. Now, while that might be okay at some companies, it's not at Motorola Cellular. Motorola sets their standards a lot higher. And just how high are they? Well, for me to hit that level of consistency, I'd have to go 30 years without missing a single putt.
Motorola, setting standards of quality the whole world can shoot for.
Introducing the Movado Concerto Collection, an orchestration of bracelet, dial, and case. The Concerto Collection from Movado.
The man who claims to have had more fun than his adversaries in this '92 presidential race, H. Ross Perot, is slowly, methodically making his way to the podium here in Dallas to address his ecstatic followers. Nationally, their man tonight has done pretty well for himself. These are raw vote totals so far. Mr. Perot at 17%, atop of Perot, George Bush at 40, and Bill Clinton at 44. When Perot takes the podium, we promise you we'll be there to listen to every word. Back in a moment.
Lynn Yackel for her leadership in the past, in the present, and in the future.
Thank you. What a great group. What a great group. You all are wonderful. Thank you so much for waiting all these hours and being here and being enthusiastic and wonderful. I called Arlen Specter about 20 minutes ago, and I called and congratulated him. And I told him what is true, which is that I'm glad it's over. That is true. I want to just say, I have a number of things I want to say to you, but I want to start with a poem that my father used to recite to me when I was a child, and some of you've read this as being one of the things that's always motivated me. And I'm just going to do the first piece of it, but it goes like this. Somebody said that it couldn't be done, but she, with a chuckle, replied that maybe it couldn't, but she would be one who wouldn't say so till she tried. Well, we tried, my friends, we tried.
Lynn Yackel saying she tried and she failed, losing to Arlen Specter in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, gracious in defeat. And now let's go back to the National Desk.
We're still waiting for President-elect Clinton, Vice President-elect Al Gore. Meantime, we'll pause to allow cable stations to come in and identify themselves. We'll be right back.
There's Carville.
CNN Election Night with Bernard Shaw and Catherine Cryer, with analysis from Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider.
And let's remind you of where the states stand right now. In the undecided column at this hour, Alaska.
Alaska's a state where Ross Perot was expected to do quite well and maybe even come in second. The polls just closed there.
And we have a whole list of states still that are actually too close to call. The state of Florida, 25 electoral votes.
Florida polls closed a long time ago. It shows you how strong each candidate is in the South and how closely contested the South has become. It's still too close to call hours after the polls closed.
In the Tar Heel state, 14 electoral votes. Again, too close to call.
Symbolic of this, the way this state voted today, they elected a Republican senator and a Democratic governor. We don't know what they did for president.
And the Lone Star State, home to 2 of the 3 presidential candidates, still too close to call.
No surprise that this state is very close because it's George Bush's adopted home state, Ross Perot's home state. Bill Clinton is a southerner from a neighboring state. All of them have roots in Texas.
Arizona and its 8 electoral votes, too close to call.
Once again, a state that is almost always reliably in the Republican column.
And the state of South Dakota, also too close to call.
Not a big state. It ought to be Republican, but right now we can't say.
And at this hour, CNN is declaring President Bush the winner in Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. Alan Simpson must be pleased.
Bernie, this is a state that really gives the Republican presidential candidate huge margins, 70% and above sometimes. George Bush, the winner of 3 electoral votes in Wyoming.
And the state of Montana, too close.
Still too close to call. We've seen the Democrats make big inroads into the West Coast, some of the Rocky Mountain states. They're really splitting that Sun Belt vote in both the South and the West.
4 electoral votes up for grabs in Nevada, and this state is too close to call. Ross Perot, 25% to Governor Clinton's 34%. George Bush's 40%.
Bernie, in all these western states that are too close to call, you notice Ross Perot is in the mid-20s.
And by the way, it occurs to me that we still don't know what happened in that one congressional district in Maine where Mr. Perot seemed to be doing something up there.
Possible vote up
Ross
there.
Perot could pick up an electoral vote in Maine. It's one of 2 states, Maine and Nebraska, that divide their electoral votes by congressional district.
Well, Senator Tim Worth retired in Colorado, and a man that attempted to move up from the House did indeed. That is Ben Nighthorse Campbell. He is making his victory speech in Denver. Let's listen.
But I'm sure their hearts are with us, as you know. They came all the way from Montana to help us celebrate this victory. But this victory is not just mine. It's a victory of a lot of people. We estimate there were about...
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, and our coverage continues right after this.
Question.
3 Republicans got 2 terms.
Well, one of the things that has been impressive tonight has been the turnout from coast to coast, from sea to shining sea. Americans going to the polls.
Over 100 million.
102 million voters and possibly more.
And one of the interesting things is to look at a third-party candidate, Ross Perot. Right now, he's showing 18% of the vote.
That is quite a striking showing. 4 candidates have run on third-party tickets in this century. He could do second best. The candidate who ran the best on a third-party ticket was Theodore Roosevelt in 1912. He was a former president. He came in second. He got 27% of the vote. He beat the incumbent Republican Taft. Robert La Follette got 17% as a Progressive Party candidate in 1924. We'll see if Perot can beat that record. George Wallace got 13.5% in 1968. And in 1980, John Anderson got 7%. So we'll see how Ross Perot does in comparison with those 4.
So we see there the live picture from outside the State House in Little Rock, Arkansas. We're waiting for, of course, the president-elect, Bill Clinton of Arkansas. While we're waiting, Bill, do you have some new exit poll information?
Yes, we do. We've been looking at the national exit polls, and we've been able to tell some of the issues that are behind Clinton's very impressive victory tonight. For instance, we asked the voters nationwide what were the major issues that led them to decide how to vote for their candidate. Here is the answer for the Clinton voters. As you can see, the top issue was clearly the economy and jobs. healthcare second, education third. The economy was the big issue. But let's compare that with the Bush voters. For them, the economy came in first, but only by a narrow margin. Bush voters were also concerned about family values. You remember that from the Republican convention. And also taxes weighed very, very high, ranked high for the Bush voters. Now, this was not a foreign policy election. We're a world network, and we should tell the world that this election was not really about foreign policy. In fact, throughout the campaign, all the polls showed that Bush was rated ahead of Clinton on foreign policy. The victory over Saddam Hussein was important to Americans, but it wasn't what decided this vote. In many ways, like Jimmy Carter in 1980, who negotiated a peace treaty in the Middle East and the Panama Canal treaties, the election was about economics. It wasn't about world affairs. Now, we asked the voters what were the top qualities that led them to decide whom to vote for. Here they were for Bush voters. The first was experience. The second was who had the best judgment for handling a crisis. Remember, Bush asked in the debate, who would you choose to handle a crisis? That was important to Bush voters. And third, the trust factor. They chose Bush because they thought he was more honest. They were very different qualities when people said what led them to vote for Bill Clinton. First of all, who could bring changes the country needs, the top quality in the entire electorate, and number one for the Clinton voters. Who has the best plan for the country, also important to Clinton voters, and they also were looking for the candidate who cared about people like me. Now, abortion was an important issue. Now, let me explain what we have here. We asked people what their position was on the abortion issue, and what we're looking at here is what percentage of each category voted for President Bush. Among those who said abortion should always be legal, that was 35% of the voters. Bush only got 19%. Another 30% said it should be legal in most circumstances. Bush's vote went up to 33%. Illegal in most circumstances, that was 23% of the voters, 55% for Bush. And only 8% said abortion should be always illegal, that is, in all circumstances. 2/3 voted for George Bush. What we're seeing here is that the vote followed very closely people's opinion on the abortion issue. Now, as we saw, 2/3 of the voters favored keeping abortion legal in all or most circumstances, and that clearly helped Bill Clinton. But among the 12%, 1 out of every 8 voters who said the abortion issue was the most important issue in driving their vote, they voted for George Bush. So it appears that most of the people who voted on the basis of the abortion issue, that's only 1 out of 8 voters, were pro-life. Finally, we asked people a question to see if they wanted to change the direction of government. We asked them, which would you favor? A government that provides more services but costs more in taxes, only 37% said that, and even though a Democrat was elected today, most voters said they favored a government which would have lower taxes and fewer services. Now that is very striking, because here's Bill Clinton, elected president, a Democrat. Democrats are supposed to favor more government, but yet most voters in this election said they favored fewer services and less taxes. So maybe the Reagan era and the Reagan coalition appears to be dead, but the consensus of the Reagan era for less government appears not to be entirely gone.
Thanks, Bill. Well, we're still waiting for President-elect Clinton to come out and make remarks there in Little Rock. Our coverage continues right after this.
Now, let's go to our man, Jeff Flock in Chicago, who has a guest.
I was just talking about you, Bernie, with the lady who has made history tonight, Carol Moseley Braun. Everyone in the world must now know is the first black woman elected to the U.S. Senate. It's history. Have we made too much of it?
Oh, I don't think so. I think, if anything, it's not only the history of it, but the fact that this election, I think, points the way to the future. Illinois has come together, the people of Illinois came together across gender lines, across racial lines, and I think that's a very positive thing.
How big of a personal win is this for you tonight?
Well, it's a tremendous personal win. It's been a tough campaign. I've been running for a year now, and it was not without its rocks and minefields. But I'm really delighted that the group that we put together statewide, people came together across Illinois to make this happen, and I'm very grateful.
Would you have been in this race if it were not for Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas?
I probably would not have been in this race if the Senate had not gone on television. When they went on TV with the hearings, that's when my phone started ringing and I started getting drafted, really, to run for the Senate.
What about that caught in your craw?
Well, when I saw the Senate in action, I mean, like many Americans, and even before we knew about Professor Hill, we saw the Senate in action on television, and it just did not look like democracy. It didn't look like representative democracy. And people, I think, had a sense that somehow or another the institution had gotten out of kilter. And I started getting phone calls to run, and then I talked with my son, who's 14, and he said, you know, Mom, your generation has left this world worse off than you found it. And I was challenged by that. We debated the issue. I didn't agree with him. But then the more we talked about it, the more I realized there really was a great unfinished agenda, and there were many things that should be done, and that I thought I could make a difference as a voice for working people in the Senate.
How is the body and how is the world going to be different with Carol Moseley Braun as the junior senator from Illinois?
Well, I'm going to work hard to be the best senator Illinois has ever had. I'm going to work hard to fill my job description, to represent the people of this state, this entire state, to do the job that the state needs to have done. And so in that regard, I've been in the legislature before. In that regard, I'm going to work first at my job description.
The country is now watching. Carol Moseley Braun, congratulations to you on this win tonight. That is the latest from Carol Moseley Braun campaign headquarters here in Chicago. I'm Jeff Flock, reporting live for CNN.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, now let's go out to another victory headquarters for Senator Arlen Specter in Philadelphia. Three-term senator now, elected to his third term, was back and forth and back and forth. He's claiming victory. Let's listen.
Now on to some serious conversation. I congratulate Governor Clinton on his victory for the presidency. And I note a great moment, which is pure Americana, when President Bush pledged cooperation in the transition of power, which is the essence of our democracy. And I congratulate Lynn Yackel for a hard-fought campaign.
This is what so many supporters have been waiting for. I believe, what was it, shortly after 10 o'clock, the electoral numbers were in. The 270 number was reached, and these supporters have been waiting ever since to hear from their candidate. Bill Clinton has been introduced to this crowd, the President-elect of the United States.
It was truly a spectacular victory. I mean, he did solidly in the Northeast and Middle West, where Democrats usually did well. He broke into the South, not a big surprise, because he is a Southerner and had Al Gore on the ticket with him, but he also broke into the West, carried the West Coast solidly. California, very big victory.
The next Vice President of the United States of America.
With Bill Clinton on the stage, of course, his wife Hillary and their daughter Chelsea.
And we hear the introduction being made for the next Vice President of the United States as well, Al Gore, his wife Tipper.
You know, my figures show that Bill Clinton is going to carry California today by 2 million votes. That is the largest victory, the biggest margin a candidate has had in any state in history, with one exception. Lyndon Johnson carried New York in 1964 by 2.7 million votes. A spectacular victory in California, which is a state that has only gone Democratic once since Harry Truman. Big victory there for Bill Clinton.
As we were panning around, we saw that huge video screens. Apparently they've been set up all around the old State House so that some 30,000 celebrators who were expected to gather around the house, it certainly looks like that sort of crowd, would be able to see Bill Clinton and Al Gore as they came up to address the crowd.
The amount that they invested in that operation down there looks to me as if somebody thought they might win today.
There's another first here. This is the first president whose wife, the First Lady of the United States, has her own independent professional career. She is a professional woman, an attorney, a highly respected attorney with her own career.
And for viewers around the world who might just be getting up, the United States of America has a new president, President-elect Bill Clinton, who's preparing to speak now in Little Rock.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, on this day, with high hopes and brave hearts, in massive numbers, the American people have voted to make a new beginning. This election is a clarion call for our country to face the challenges of the end of the Cold War and the beginning of the next century. To restore growth to our country and opportunity to our people. To empower our own people so that they can take more responsibility for their own lives. To face problems too long ignored, from AIDS to the environment, to the conversion of our economy from a defense to a domestic economic giant. And perhaps most important of all, to bring our people together as never before so that our diversity can be a source of strength in a world that is ever smaller, where everyone counts and everyone is a part of America's family. I want to begin this night by thanking my family, my wife, without whom I would not be here tonight, and who I believe will be one of the greatest first ladies in the history of this republic. I also want to say a special word of thanks to our daughter for putting up with our absence, for supporting our effort, for being brave in the face of adversity, and for reminding us every day about what this election is really all about. I want to thank my mother, my brother, my stepfather, my mother-in-law and father-in-law, my brothers-in-law, and my sister-in-law who carried this campaign across this country and stuck up for me when others were trying to put it down. I love them and I thank them. I want to thank the people of this wonderful small state. Time after time, when this campaign was about to be counted out, the Arkansas Travelers exploded out of this state around the country to tell people the truth about what we had done here together, how we had pulled together, what we believed in, and what we could do as a nation. I had the best staff and cabinet you can imagine. They kept this state together, and even when we weren't here, we continued to lead the country in job growth, in keeping taxes and spending down, and in pulling the people of Arkansas together to show what we could do if the nation pulled together and moved forward too. I want to thank the people who are in that infamous group, the FOBs, the Friends of Bill and the Friends of Hillary. No person who ever sought this office was more aided by the friends of a lifetime, and I will never forget you. I want to thank the people in the new Democratic Party, headed by our chairman, Ron Brown, the new members of Congress, the new blood, the new direction that we are giving. And finally, I want to thank the members of my brilliant, aggressive, unconventional, but always winning campaign staff. They were unbelievable. And they have earned this. I want to say, if I might, a special word of thanks to two people who lost their lives in the course of this campaign, without whom we might not be here tonight. Our friends Paul Tully and Vic Razor, our prayers are with them. They're looking down on us tonight, and they're awful happy. Not very long ago, I received a telephone call from President Bush. It was a generous and forthcoming telephone call of real congratulations and an offer to work with me in keeping our democracy running in an effective and important transition. I want all of you to join with me tonight in expressing our gratitude to President Bush for his lifetime of public service, for the effort he made from the time he was a young soldier in World War II to helping to bring about an end to the Cold War, to our victory in the Gulf War, to the grace with which he conceded the results of this election tonight in the finest American tradition. Let's give Mr. Bush and his family a hand. I heard tonight Mr. Perot's remarks and his offer to work with us. I say to you, of all the things that he said, I think perhaps the most important that we understand here in the heartland of Arkansas is the need to reform the political system, to reduce the influence of special interest and give more influence back to the kind of people that are in this crowd tonight, with the tens of thousands, and I will work with him to do that. And finally, let me say how profoundly indebted I am tonight, beyond the folks at home, beyond the wonderful people who worked in this administration, the Lieutenant Governor and others to keep our government going, beyond all the others, I have to say a special word of thanks to my magnificent running mate, Senator Al Gore, and his family. I want to tell you that Al and Tipper, Hillary and I have become friends. I admire them for what they stand for. They're enjoyable to be with. They believe in our country. Al Gore is a man of almost unparalleled combination of intelligence, commitment, compassion, and concern to the people of this country, to our obligation to preserve our environment, to our duty to promote freedom and peace in the world. And together, we're going to do our best to give you a new partnership for a new America. I want to thank Al's children, his brother-in-law, and his wonderful parents. They made about as many votes in some states as we did. I think we carried every state that Senator and Mrs. Gore campaigned in. Their percentage was the best of all. I want to say that we have established a partnership in this campaign that we will continue into this new administration. For if we have learned anything in the world today, it is that we can accomplish more by teamwork, by working together, by bringing out the best in all the people that we seek, and we will seek the best and most able and most committed people throughout this country to be a part of our team. We will ask the Democrats who believe in our cause to come forward, but we will look too among the ranks of independents and Republicans who are willing to roll up their sleeves, be a part of a new partnership, and get on with the business of dealing with this nation's problems. I remind you again tonight, my fellow Americans, that this victory was more than a victory of party. It was a victory for the people who work hard and play by the rules. A victory for the people who feel left out and left behind but want to do better. A victory for the people who are ready to compete and win in the global economy but who need a government that offers a hand up, not a handout. That is what we offer, and that is what tomorrow we will begin to work to provide to all of you. Today, the steel worker and the stenographer, the teacher and the nurse, had as much power in the mystery of our democracy as the president, the billionaire, and the governor. You all spoke with equal voices for change, and tomorrow we will try to give you that. You can trust us to wake up every day remembering the people we saw in the bus trips, the people we saw in the town meetings, the people we touched at the rallies, the people who had never voted before, the people who hadn't voted in 20 years, the people who had never voted for a Democrat, the people who had given up hope. All of them together are saying, we want our future back, and I intend to help give it to you. I say to all of those who voted for us, this was a remarkable coalition for change. Many of you had to put aside this or that personal ambition to be a part of a broad, deep commitment to change this country. I ask you to keep that commitment as we move from election to governing. We need more than ever, for those of you who said, let's put the public interest over personal interest, to keep it right there for 4 years so we can turn this country around. I say to all those who voted for Mr. Bush or Mr. Perot, those who voted for the president, those who voted for Ross Perot, I know you love your country too. I ask you to listen to the voice of your leaders. I ask you to join with us in creating a reunited states, a united country with a new sense of patriotism to face the challenges of this new time. We need your help too, and we will do our best to deserve it. When we seek to offer young people the opportunity to borrow the money they need to go to college and the challenge to pay it back through national service, when we challenge the insurance companies, the drug companies, the providers and the consumers, the government to give us a new health care system, when we offer those on welfare new opportunity and the challenge to move to work, when we ask companies to take the incentives we offer to put American people to work and export American products, not American jobs, all of this is a part of a new patriotism to lift our people up and enable all of us to live up to the fullest of our potential. I accept tonight the responsibility that you have given me to be the leader of this, the greatest country in human history. I accept it with a full heart and a joyous spirit. But I ask you to be Americans again, too. To be interested not just in getting, but in giving. Not just in placing blame, but now in assuming responsibility. Not just in looking out for yourselves, but in looking out for others, too. In this very place, 1 year and 1 month ago today, I said, we need more than new laws, new promises, or new programs. We need a new spirit of community, a sense that we're all in this together. If we have no sense of community, the American dream will continue to wither. Our destiny is bound up with the destiny of every American. We're all in this together, and we will rise or fall together. That has been my message to the American people for the past 13 months, and it will be my message for the next 4 years. Together, we can do it. Together, we can make the country that we love everything it was meant to be. I still believe in a place called hope. God bless America. Thank you all.
Bill Clinton is the first sitting governor to be elected to the White House since Franklin Roosevelt was elected in 1932. This is the seat in Little Rock.
I would like to ask Senator Gore to come up here and say a few words.
Also watching
as we begin our new partnership for a new country. Please welcome him to the platform.
Thank you, President-elect Bill Clinton. For Tipper and me and our 4 children, this has been an extraordinary journey. I want to, first of all, thank Bill and Hillary and Chelsea, knowing of all the sacrifices they have made and the hardships they have endured. And I would like to thank the person who is most important in my life, Tipper Gore. To our four children, Corinna, Kristen, Sarah, and Albert, to my parents, Albert and Pauline Gore, and to my brother-in-law, Frank Hunger, I can never express the thanks that I feel in my heart. This has been a time of discovery, a time of restored dreams and renewed hope, a time when the strength and promise of America has revealed itself, poised to meet the challenges of a new day. None of this could have been possible for me without the people of the state of Tennessee, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also want to thank the wonderful men and women on the staff who have helped us secure this victory. And I want to say to all of you who have helped us reach this moment that I look forward to the high challenges of national office, and I consider it a matter of tremendous honor and pride to work in behalf of Bill Clinton to be successful in leading this nation toward a new and brighter future. Bill Clinton spoke sensibly and honestly to the American people. As the attacks against him became more and more desperate, he remained calm. He believed in the American people and kept faith that hope would indeed triumph over fear. Bill Clinton won because he was willing to lose. He refused to mislead voters. He stuck to his beliefs. He asked for your vote by challenging you to make America better. Where I come from, we have a name for that. It's called character. Bill Clinton will govern this nation in the same way. He truly is a new generation of Democrat. He believes in the rights of people, but he believes in the responsibilities of citizens as well. Our government's policies must be changed. The promise of America depends upon a commitment that under freedom, we will enable the strong to prosper, but we will not abandon those in need of help. While we give supreme value to the rights of the individual, we expect that freedom to be exercised with respect toward others and with decent restraint. We respect the values of community, and among them is our obligation to protect the environment in which we live. We feel good tonight having won an election, but think of how we're going to feel when we change a country. There is a sense of excitement and possibility this evening. We have won, and many of you will be able to tell your children about it one day. But if we change this country, if we restore it to greatness, then we will have given them something much greater than the memory of this evening. We will have restored the basic thread in the American dream, the responsibility of one generation to the next, we will have given them back their future. This election is not simply a change of leaders. It is a change of generations. For the first time, the executive office will be occupied by leaders born after World War II. I don't want to overstate the dimensions of this difference. After all, neither Bill Clinton nor myself are as young as Teddy Roosevelt or John Kennedy when they took office, nor does that change of generations represent a difference of belief. We share, as did our predecessors, an unyielding commitment to the principles on which this country was established over 2 centuries ago. But we will bring a different perspective and a renewal of energy. We are the children of modern America, close to its desires and to its difficulties, charged with the exuberant optimism which so often characterizes a younger generation of leaders. And only the optimist, only those who believe that constructive change is within our powers can hope to achieve it, and we intend to accomplish that achievement. Although this is not the first time we have witnessed the elevation of a new generation of leaders, it is the first time that both candidates have come from the South. It is symbolically an expression of the reality that sectional wounds of the past are finally and irrevocably healed. We are one country now, and merit, not geography, will from this time forward be the only test for the highest offices our nation has. And we pledge to you to work toward the day when gender and race will also be totally irrelevant to the selection of our leaders. The deeper meaning of this election is our commitment to end the divisions in our nation. Those who helped us to win this victory represented an astonishing diversity of interests and opinions. They were willing to put aside those differences in pursuit of a common cause. Let us now bring the same spirit of accommodation which won this election to the far harder task of governing this nation. We all have a common stake in national growth, in justice, and in the strengthening of freedom. Surely, if we could bridge our differences for the sake of an election, we can put them aside on behalf of a far greater cause, the future of the American nation. The election is a mandate for change. It is good to remember that this election also affirms certain fundamental things about our lives together as Americans. We are still participants in a great experiment: the sovereignty of the people to rule themselves, the power to create and to destroy governments of persons elected from among them, and the idea that governments exist in order that citizens may exercise their inherent rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are still the most radical political ideas ever expressed in the history of nations. And this year, it was, after all, the American people who forced the debate to stay on the issues when others would wander. This year, it was you, the people, who disciplined our politics, our politicians, and everyone else to focus on the things that matter to you. And you have given us a great opportunity to help America move forward, to end the distress of the present, and to renew this nation's voyage toward ever-enlarging opportunity for all our people. And that's the journey we will attempt. Not just Governor Clinton and I, but all of those who supported us, and those multitudes who may have voted for our opponents, but who share our belief in America's great possibilities. And so to all of you I say, welcome aboard the great ship USA. We're about to embark on a new journey together, and it's time for us to go.
Vice President-elect Al Gore, addressing the crowd in Little Rock, he made allusion to the fact that this is an all-Southern ticket. Actually, the Democrats had not had a non-Southern Democrat in the White House since John Fitzgerald Kennedy was elected in 1960. Incidentally, we know you've been following our coverage tonight, and we appreciate your allegiance. CNN had intended to report the results, the numbers, for the minor party candidates tonight. Regrettably, the exact tally won't be available until later this week, since apparently many election clerks don't bother to count them on election night. The president-elect, his running mate and co-victor, the vice presidential-elect, among the people watching those two speeches and listening to what they had to say, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, familiar to many CNN viewers. He joins us now from Washington. What is your mood? What are your thoughts? What's going through your mind?
Well, you know, it's an upbeat mood, Bernie. The basic thrust here tonight of healing, rebuilding the country, and glorifying our diversity. That's the right mood. That is the big tent mood where urban, suburban, black and white can come together. Because as I traveled the 40 states during this process campaigning, whether Bangor, Maine, or Blaine, Washington, or the tip of Florida, it seemed that all Americans were bound by a common economic pain and fear, but linked by hope for change. The reason you have such a high voter registration process is that people, as opposed to turning pain into polarization and withdrawing and becoming embittered, they turned pain into power and got inspired and began to build partnerships. So what we've seen in the last few months here is a tremendous tidal wave of hope.
You, at the conclusion of your party's convention, were on the stage in New York. Why are you not down on that stage in Little Rock tonight?
Well, Ron Brown, see, I'm here. I had to put a lot of focus, on the area where I'm elected to serve, Washington, D.C. One of the commitments made by Clinton and Gore, for example, is D.C. statehood, expanding our democracy. And tonight, it seems that we may get 60 U.S. senators, which makes statehood even more likely to occur. I'm having to take care of my home base. You know, I've traveled so much these last 2 or 3 months. But of course, I must say that there are people all around the country who are connected to Little Rock in some way. I talked with Mickey Cannon today, talked with David Wellham today. So really, we finally developed a big tent strategy. We're in sync, and of course, tonight we celebrate our victory. Tomorrow we begin to work on what priorities there ought to be in this first 100-day package.
Okay, Jesse Jackson, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're fast running out of time here. Before we cut away for a commercial break, CNN is declaring that President Bush has won his adopted state of Texas with its 32 electoral votes. Catherine and I will be back in a moment with Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider.
Joining us now for a little reflection, Jack Germond of the Baltimore Sun. Jack, a real shakeup of the electoral map. Is this the mandate for change the Democrats wanted?
Well, it certainly gives them that opportunity. I mean, we aren't going to know whether this is an aberration, Catherine, or the beginning of some long-term trend, and we see what Clinton does with it. But he certainly he cracked the so-called electoral college lock of the Republican Party. And he's won a lot of places that, Republicans have been winning for years, like New Jersey. Now we see if he can lock it up for the Democrats.
Ross Perot received largest totals for an independent in 60 years. Governor Carol Campbell, the national co-chair of the Republicans' campaign, said Ross Perot cost George Bush the election.
Yeah, I've heard some Republicans saying that. The truth is, Catherine, that President Bush cost President Bush the election. It wasn't Ross Perot. If President Bush had seen a year ago, which he should have seen, the concern with the economy and had acted to identify with it and to act on it, there wouldn't have been a Ross Perot. So I can't say you can blame Mr. Perot for this.
Jack, it is highly likely that President George Bush is going to be the last nominee to have served in World War II. A very important generational change going on here?
Well, it's been happening everywhere except the presidency. Anyway, it is sort of catching up with things. And I don't think it's particularly important because it's going on in all other walks of life. It's going on in business, it's going on in education, lower levels of politics. I don't really think it's that important. I think people are going to live with it very easily.
Are we seeing a new Democratic Party Bill Clinton has touted throughout his campaign?
Well, that's the most interesting question, Catherine. He identified himself as a different kind of Democrat. He ran that way. The liberals swallowed it. He ran as a centrist Democrat. Now the question is whether he can govern as a centrist Democrat. If he can, they could have a long time on stage. If not, they'll be back fighting it out again 4 years from now.
All right, Jack Germond, thanks very much.
I got it.
Our coverage continues right after this.
Campaign 92, we're going to miss it. It's almost over. You know, Ken Bodie, Bill Schneider, Charles Bierbauer, our man on the White House beat, and Gene Randall. He's been on the Western desk tonight, but of course, you know, he's been all over this great country. When Catherine and I return, we're going to hear these men, and we're going to pick their brains. They know a lot. We'll try to find out what. Back in a moment.